Through the magic of the Hollywood wand and the silver screen, the universe continues to awaken to more of itself. Aloha, shifters, dreamers, conscious co-creators out there within this holographic matrix. My name is Brendon, and you're tuned in for another recorded, live broadcasted edition of Paradigm Shift Destiny School. Tonight's episode is a very exciting one. It's a personal favorite topic of mine. We're going to be talking about conscious themes within movies and media. And so, of course, we'll explain a little bit more, but before we do that, I just want to let you guys know that we are joined once again by some amazing shifters from all across the globe. So, fellow shifters from across the internet, please feel free to unmute yourself and make some noise and say hello to all the beautiful people tuned into this. So let's all unmute ourselves and make some noise, make some animal noises. Go whoop whoop whoop, yep yep, send some love. You guys are awesome. Awesome, guys. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining here. And yes, this is going to be a very exciting episode. We'll get into it pretty much right off the start. So just as a basic overview for those of you who may be brand new to this project, this is Paradigm Shift Destiny School, which is a part of ParadigmShiftCentral.com, a real-world interactive game to help shift consciousness. And part of the way how we play this game is by creating conscious media, by coming together as community, by having conscious discussion, and really by being able to practice having discussion. And that is essentially what we are doing here. And of course, through this project, we have other broadcasts, including regular team building hangouts, the dream classes, admin meetings, global meditations, and on the website you'll also see a bunch of conscious media creators. And yeah, there's so much more to this. And of course, we're encouraging and inviting people to help create paradigm shift communities where they are, which focus on open-minded discussion and meditation circles. So in the same way, this is kind of like a virtual version of what we're encouraging people to create within the physical. So by having the discussions here, it helps us practice having these communications, sharing knowledge, sharing our ideas, expanding our perceptions, getting inspired, getting like like the more of the education, inspiration, and entertainment out of a broadcast like this to continue to encourage us to continue to choose to be the change that we wish to see. So with tonight's broadcast and theme with the conscious themes within media, as Destiny School, we do the Destiny School topics with specific themes. So we've done previous topics related, one of specifically lucid dreaming and astral, like lucid dreaming and dream exploration. We've done health and meditation. We have done sacred geometry. We have done UFOs and aliens and entities and all sorts of good stuff. And so with this topic, we're going to be focusing on, like I said, this is one of my favorite topics. We're looking at media. We're looking at the power of media. And in particular, we're looking at the idea that over the past several years, not even recently over the several years, but over the past decades since the genesis of film has been evolving as this medium for consciousness to be able to help express and share some very potent ideas that may be outside the box or outside culture's norm. And so examples of these would be like movies that introduce spiritual, metaphysical, even sci-fi themes that are helping us expand our consciousness. And so consciousness in a very simplified way can be thought of as awareness. So in that sense, we're talking about what are movies that have helped expand our awareness. So we're going to be going around with the talking stick, and we're going to be getting some people to introduce examples of 2 movies that have stood out to them, that have conscious shifting themes in them, and also what brings them to this class, what they hope to get out of it, and what they hope to also be able to bring to it as well. And so for myself, again, like growing up, as just like a little bit of a prelude as to why we're even doing this, I went to school for media theory and production. So this is like something that I went to school studying. And obviously this project is a continuation of the course that I took. And so I wrote essays about like films. I studied films and I really analyzed it. And even being a filmmaker myself, I'm really passionate about like the idea of how movies aren't just something there for entertainment. I like to think of them almost as like reality simulations. It's almost like having a shared waking dream. So then rather than just saying like, oh, here's something cool, it's like, here's an experience that your soul can actually gain an experience out of, can like step in through and come out of the other side a changed individual. You know, you're just like, oh my God, like I feel like I went through that journey. And so, I mean, that's one of the things we can talk about is like the different ways we can get into the zone while watching movies. And there's particular things I want to talk about related to that. And so just as like some overview, some of the themes we'll talk about, some of the concepts we'll talk about within this broadcast tonight. Obviously, like big consciousness shifting movies as of recently, you know, things like Doctor Strange is a big one because that's got a lot of themes of like metaphysics, lucid dreaming, not specifically lucid dreaming to a degree, astral projection, hyperdelic reality. You can get into concepts related to like Cloud Atlas. You can talk about like even like 2001 Space Odyssey. You can talk about alien movies. You can talk about Inception. You can talk about Interstellar. You can talk about fantasy movies. Stories that can be thought of as like intentionally helping even open someone's heart and promoting a conscious message of like compassion. So we'll let this conversation unfold naturally as it will, because this is really one of those topics where there's an infinity to really get into. So I'll just give two of my favorites consciousness shifting movies. I would say, I keep going back to it, and I will say it, Princess Mononoke is one of my favorite consciousness shifting movies. There's like a lot of themes within there related to like our connection to nature and like tree spirits. And you got the Kodama, the little tree spirit guys. Those guys are like totally not just something in that movie. They're actually alluding to something quite multidimensional and real, depending on your perspective. Another movie I would say would be, just as an example, would be The Fountain. The Fountain is like a super awesome movie for me. And again, we're not going to get too much into like trying to explain every single movie right now, but we will get into particular movies as we kind of go through this. But The Fountain was like a super transcendental movie, had some really, really potent themes in it. We'll explain more as I get into it. So with that said, let's pass the talking stick around and hear a little bit more about some of the shifters who are joining us here for this class. And for those of you watching on YouTube, you can join as well. The link to join is in the info for the YouTube video. And of course, inviting you guys to continue to share this broadcast with your friends. And the recordings are always online, so even when you share it, they can still watch it in the future. And shout out to those of you who are watching this in the future as well. So with that said, thank you again, guys. Much love. And let's open up the class discussion by doing some brief introductions and learning a little bit about some of the people who are here and what examples of conscious themes, conscious movies that they would like to share with the group. So who would like to unmute themselves first? And again, guys, remembering that this is all just practice. This is all just fun. This is a chance for us as consciousness to continue to help ourselves see a little bit more of what it is that we're doing in this process. So Karen, you unmuted yourself first. If you would like to introduce yourself, please feel free to just say your name, and you can say a little bit about either one order or the other, like two movie examples, and what brings you to Destiny School today. So Karen, if you would like to go ahead, I'll pass the talking stick over to you.
Hey, I'm Karen from Sydney, Australia. What brings me to Destiny School is, I don't know, coincidence, saw the thing come up on Facebook, thought, what's this? I was having a discussion about conscious media with a friend of mine. I work as a conscious teacher, and I've lost you. I don't know if you can still hear me. And I help run a conscious radio station called Soul Traveller Radio that plays all conscious music. And I also have a podcast show which interviews teachers, conscious teachers, because I understand the power of media. It's a hypnotic tool that bypasses your alpha brainwaves, goes straight in through theta brainwaves, because, I don't know, when you're passively watching media or listening to music, you go into that theta brainwave, you go into that relaxed state, where information comes in and passes the discerning mind and goes straight into the subconscious. So it's a powerful, powerful hypnotic tool. And I understand the power of it, and I wanted to pump out some more empowering messages through this powerful medium that we have called media. And so stumbling upon this conversation was really synchronistic, don't you think? Favorite movies. Okay, a couple of favorite movies I watched recently. I don't know if you've seen it. Indigo, starring Neil Donald Walsh, who is a conscious teacher. He's written a zillion books called Conversations with God, and he stars as an actor in this movie. It's about the new kids and how they all communicate telepathically on a grid system, a telepathic grid system. And anyway, it's a good movie. It's an old movie. It's been out for a few years. And then another classic is The Celestine Prophecies. I don't know, I watched that again. Like, that came out, I think, 10 years ago. I watched that again the other day. It's still really relevant today, what they're talking about in the Celestine Prophecies. So there's a lot of content being made now. I don't know, do you all know of Bashar? You know Daryl Anker, who channels Bashar? Mm-hmm. He has a business called Zia Films, and he's pumping out a whole lot of conscious movies. If you go to ziafilms.com, you'll see he's going to make Roswell the musical. So yeah, so nice to meet you all here on Google Hangouts. Where are you all from?
Awesome.
You're a Canadian, right? I recognize your accent.
Yes, you recognize my accent, which I barely even recognize. I have an accent, apparently. We all have accents. Yes, Karen, thank you so much. That's awesome. I thank you for bringing your energy. And yes, as synchronicity would have it, here you are. So this is perfect. Perfect. Very cool. Well, Karen, we'll definitely even any of your links and stuff, feel free post them in the chat on the side, just to be able to stay connected, and we can post those into the show notes for people who are listening to this. So for people listening to this, anybody that you hear in the broadcast, check the show notes afterwards, and you can get the links to be able to connect with them. So Karen, thank you. That's awesome. I look forward to being able to hear and have some more discussion with you. So thank you. Awesome, guys. All right, guys. So with that said, we'll keep passing the talking stick around. So who would like to go next in terms of their introduction and a couple movies as examples? So whoever wants to go next, please feel free. Kaya, welcome back to Destiny School. We'll pass the talking stick over to you, and go ahead, Kaya.
Hi. So I guess part of why I'm here right now is because I live and breathe stories. I had a very active fantasy life as a child, and my spirituality through fantasy primarily. And I actually have a literary analysis paper that I have to write that I am doing on the topic of using fantasy, and particularly the dialogue between a warrior and a wise entity, to convey spiritual knowledge. So this was very synchronistic timing that this conversation is happening while I am preparing to write that paper, because it's all connected. Two movies that I think have conscious themes in them are Maleficent, Timeline. Yeah.
Is Timeline that old one where they go back to medieval time? Is that timeline?
Yeah, I think it's like the 100 Years' War or something.
Yeah,
And,
yeah. It's like an older movie,
yeah.
but from like, yeah, that's a good movie. That's cool. Cool. So yeah, so again, within there, you're getting themes of like time travel. Like, is time travel possible? So again, like what we're going to be doing here, and thank you, Kaya. I hope you get some good like ideas out of this. For I'm giving a second for share before I keep going forward. There we go. Okay, we're good. Perfect. Okay, so again, like what we're talking about with this idea of conscious themes in the movies and media, we're talking about the ways as to like how people can start getting exposed to new ideas. They can start getting inspired and really start beginning to see the world in different ways. Like that's kind of what movies can do. Like movies can change the way you look at things. And in the process of doing so, like as you change yourself, the way you look at things changes, and then those things changes, and it's this full cycle and stuff like that. And at the very least, just inspiring and sparking the spirit is such an important thing. So, Kaya, thanks for joining, and we'll keep passing the talking stick around. And I will say, as we get into this, I'm going to play a sound clip from Jason Silva, who does a great job of summarizing why movies are so awesome. So we'll do that once we go through the introductions. So, Kyle, it sounds like you want to introduce yourself next. If so, we'll pass the talking stick over to you. I'm guessing, Kyle, if you're there.
Hell yeah, brother man. What's going on, everybody?
Yeah, okay, Kyle. So you can do your introduction, why you're here, and 2 movies that stand out to you.
All right, sounds good. I'm here at Destiny School because I am a lover of the paradigm shift community, and we've got some really great things going on. Destiny School is pretty essential to what goes on in the paradigm shift, I think. 2 movies that I think have a conscious conscious theme to them, or do I think help awaken people? I've been trying to think of like some really deep ones, but I'm gonna have to like take some more time on that. So I'm just gonna sort of go with the generic on the top ones. I think The Matrix is definitely an awakening movie, and I mean, I just watched Doctor Strange in preparation for this, and that definitely had some seriously good stuff in it. So I'm just gonna go with those two, man.
Awesome. All right, so yes, those are some good ones as there, and yeah, we'll definitely be talking a little bit more about Doctor Strange. That was like, people who've been tuned in the past, you know, that I was like hyping that up for like months before it even came out and stuff. Another movie that I'll be talking about specifically within this broadcast is Moana. That is like the new Disney movie, and we'll be talking a little bit about Disney movies as well. That movie is like so potent and so ripe with conscious themes, and yeah, like without having to give any spoilers away, just really encouraging you guys to go see that. So if you like have the chance, stop this broadcast right now and go see it, maybe, or stick around, whatever works. So let's keep bouncing around. Thanks, Kyle. And who would like to introduce themselves next and share a couple examples? So let's see, whoever would like to go. Trina, welcome back, Trina, and we'll pass the talking stick over to you.
Hey guys, so a couple of movies I really liked for consciousness raising were Avatar, and Interstellar, of course, was really mind-blowing for me. And I'm just here to hang out and see what's going on with you guys and hear what you all have to say.
Perfect. That's awesome. Sweet. Okay. And yes, we'll be talking about, well, again, so I'm kind of like taking notes here as we're doing this. So far we got Indigo, Karen mentioned, Karen also mentioned the Celestine Prophecy. Kaya mentioned Timeline and Maleficent. Kyle mentioned The Matrix, or sorry, Kyle mentioned, yeah, wait, Kyle, did you mention The Matrix as well? Did both of you guys mention The Matrix? Is that what happened? I think that happened.
I mentioned The Matrix. I thought
Yes.
she mentioned something else.
Trina didn't, sorry, Trina, which ones
wait.
did you say? You said Avatar. Okay, sorry, that's why. Avatar,
Yeah.
Avatar and Interstellar. Thank you. Okay, perfect. So we got The Matrix, we got Doctor Strange, we got Avatar and Interstellar. So we're building a list here, guys, and that's the thing. Like I was doing this, like even at the dinner table, I was kind of talking to my parents and getting them to list off movies. Like there's no end to this. So it'll just be this broadcast may or may not be 5 hours long. So let's keep going around, and we'll continue to process and crystallize things. And who would like to introduce themselves next, please feel free to unmute yourself and
I'll
go. Hey, welcome back, Ashley, and we'll pass the talking stick right over to you. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I love all of you. Beautiful faces. I was gonna say Avatar, but that one was stolen. A lot of the Disney movies that I watch with the kids and or have watched when I was a kid have a lot of, I think, conscious themes to them. And one in particular I can think of is My Little Pony. Friendship is Magic. I watch that one all the time with my daughter. Practical Magic is one of my all-time favorites. And I'll leave you with that.
Now, that movie, it just may help jar my memory. If you guys second, Ashley.
Could you say that again?
You mentioned Practical Magic. I'm not familiar with that movie.
It's got Sandra Bullock and what's her? She's really beautiful red hair.
Okay.
Geez, I don't remember.
Okay, that's okay.
But yeah.
We'll pull it up. Okay. Cool. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you, Ashley. So we got a couple more examples added to the list there. And again, like with this, we are focusing on movies, but what we're also going to be doing, again, we're going to be talking about like the synchronicities between movies and also real life. And we're also going to be talking about like TV themes and like episodes within media in general. So it won't just be movies. We can get into, TV shows, not so much into music at this point, but again, we're going to be focusing on movies, but also getting into the realms of also like any particular conscious themes within TV shows. In particular, we can talk about Stranger Things, we can talk about Westworld, we can talk about Sense8. Those are just a couple that really stand out to me. So we'll keep bouncing around, and who would like to introduce themselves next, please feel free to unmute yourself and go right ahead. So we'll just give it a second. See, right now it's just Heidi and Jai. So if one of you guys, or Sarah as well, if one of you guys wants to.
Hey.
Heidi. Okay, cool. Heidi, we'll pass it over to you, so you can go ahead and.
Yeah, I'm Heidi. I think that the butterfly effect is very good at talking. And also the jumper, you know, the one about the guy who went back into time. But I had something to say about Sense8, the show. The woman that wrote the books, the series that inspired the series on Netflix. She wrote her first book signing. I went to it and she gave me a copy. She never met anybody like the people in her book at all, but she really wanting to. I mean, it was different for her. She's only heard about them before.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like those examples that you gave. Butterfly Effect and Jumper as well. Those are really good movies. I feel like Jumper's probably not one that too many are familiar with. I'm trying. Is Samuel L. Jackson in that movie? Does he play the bad guy again in that movie, or is it someone else?
He is.
Hell yeah, he does.
Yeah, he is. He's usually I see. It's another thing we'll talk about is kind of recurring archetypes of actors throughout multiple movies. That's something that is really fascinating as well. But yeah, Jumper is people who can literally. It's got that whole kind of lucid dream idea of if you think of someplace, you can teleport there. So the idea of seeing them do this within this movie is also kind of planting the seed for being able to do it within our multidimensional potential as dreamers and stuff too. Another one I'll just mention just here in this moment relative to that would be Pan. The movie Pan, or Peter Pan in general, a lot of conscious themes within that. If you really just look at that movie, that story as kind of being about a representation of the dream space, it actually takes a whole nother spin. And for me, it's just oh my God, it makes so much more sense. So if you think you can fly, you can fly. So cool. Heidi, thank you for that. And yes, we'll keep passing around. And yeah, Sense8, Wachowskis, we'll get into it. So we're just laying down the foundations here, and let's keep bouncing around. So Jai or Sarah, one of you guys wants to go next, please feel free to do so. And we'll just give a second there for them to unmute their microphone, one or the other. Jai, go ahead. And hold on, I can't hear you right now. You want to just double check on your ends? Give it a go. No, there's nothing coming through right now. I'm not sure. Might just want to double check that. We'll give maybe Sarah, if Sarah wants to jump in. Sarah, if you're there, you can jump in, and Jai, just let us know and we'll get it working in a second, or you can just join and rejoin. Sarah, are you there? Do you want to try opening up your microphone? We'll give it a second. All right. Okay. No worries, guys. We'll keep moving along, and we'll hear from them soon enough as we keep going through this. So, yeah, at this point, again, with this theme, there's a lot of different directions. There's a lot of different ways that we can go in. So let's kind of start by analyzing a potent example of a few movies to sort of get in the habit of taking a movie and sort of observing what the conscious themes are within it. So to start off, let's do a quote unquote easy one, and let's look at Avatar. So Avatar is a movie that a lot of people are familiar with. It is the story of another planet in the galaxy, and they have the inhabitants of the Na'vi, and the Na'vi are these blue indigenous people. And so what happens in this movie is that through this story of the sci-fi telling, you get this real parallel between the industrial military complex sort of encroaching and destroying on tribal lands and everything everything like that. But there's also a lot of like spiritual themes within it. So without even having to say too much here, I just want to be able to pass over to you guys, and you guys tell me, like, when you guys saw Avatar, like, if you guys can remember the first time you saw Avatar, think back, like, what did that movie mean to you at the time? And do you think, like, has your like perception of it maybe changed since you first saw it? So if anybody wants to, at this point, we can just kind of open up the mics to anyone. And again, this is just practicing having discussion. So let's take a look at Avatar. Where again, what did you guys observe within Avatar? What sort of conscious themes really stood out to you, or how did it even like make you feel in that sense? So there's a few ways that we can take this. So Kaya, go ahead. We'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, the first time I saw Avatar, I like, and this was before my kind of empath ability really woke up, but I feel like it was kind of the beginning of that awakening, because I remember having the feeling towards the end of like really being caught up in that collective emotion of like the nature fighting back and everything, and like the idea of the collective is very strong in that movie, because they are connecting with the animals, they're connecting with nature, and like the trees themselves are alive and are a collective. And so that theme of just of coming together in a collective is very strong in that movie.
Yeah, that again, like, that movie does like a very literal representation of like the interconnectedness of things. And so again, like, when you think about that movie is made by James Cameron. James Cameron is a very conscious guy, and this is like a really interesting idea within the movie. Actually, I almost don't want to mention it. I'll get into it a little bit later, but it has to. I'll get there when I get there. It has to do with ayahuasca. But basically, like, within James Cameron's objectives, you know, like, he made this movie to be able to be a mirror for us to be able to see parts of ourselves, both the good and the bad. And so for a lot of people, maybe going into that movie, maybe they hadn't really been introduced to the idea of our interconnectedness. As simple as that sounds, because I mean, for a lot of us who are kind of like into spirituality and metaphysics, like, oh yeah, we're interconnected, that's cool. But to be able to like get that potent message out there through a film, powerful idea. You know, even just jumping ahead, this is where we can talk about like Star Wars and the idea that the Force is actually alluding to a real thing, and you get into like, you know, the potential of the human mind and stuff like that. But yeah, again, like with Avatar, the interconnectedness, like the spirituality of the Na'vi, and even just like their perception of the world is such like a ripe and potent thing. So again, guys, what were your guys' thoughts on Avatar? Like, if you were to try and explain like some of the conscious themes in Avatar, what were some of the conscious themes that stood out to you guys, that you guys noticed, that you guys saw as like consciousness putting in front of itself to help itself become more aware of like other ideas? So if anybody wants to jump in, please feel free to do so. We'll give it a second there. Again, guys, just feel free to unmute yourself. So what I was going to say, one thing that's really interesting about the movie Avatar, and we'll go around with this for a bit, and then I'll play that clip from Jason Silva soon. There's actually a scene that's cut out of Avatar. And there's actually like a very rough 3D version of it that exists online. And it's basically like this like sacred medicine ceremony. So my understanding / intuition / best guess is that James Cameron actually had an experience with ayahuasca before making Avatar. Like, he probably had it back in like early 2000s or something like that. And then so again, like, as an artist, he must have been like, you know, like, how can I tell this story? How can I convey this? How can I use my skills as a storyteller to be able to help like get this message out there to the masses? And one of the scenes within Avatar that isn't included is the scene where the character Jake, he like has like sort of a poison. It's not like a poison, but it's like a potent like psychedelic within like a needle of a like a bug that they have, and he injects it. And he goes through this whole psychedelic experience, and it's literally like it would fit into the film, but they cut it out. it was probably just like a little bit too far out there and stuff, but the concept is very real. And you could probably find it if you look up like Avatar, like ayahuasca scene or something like that. You could probably find it. But again, like that in itself was like such a cool concept to know that that was like part of the intention of the movie, was to sort of like bring to screen the teachings of sacred medicine as well. And this is where you even get into like, you know, like other movies like Enter the Void and stuff like that. There's like a scene in that where they're like, where he like literally, it's like a first person scene of him like smoking DMT. But beyond that, it's like this whole thing kind of based on like the bardo of like the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And it's like him traveling outside of his body as a soul and stuff like that. Enter the Void is another one I'd recommend. But again, guys, on the theme of Avatar, what are some of your thoughts on like the concepts that we saw within that? Because one of the obvious things is that, you know, like there's a lot of parallels between what we're seeing with that and what we're seeing with like things happening in Standing Rock, which are very real in this moment. So Karen, if you wanted to share any thoughts on Avatar, please feel free to be able to unmute your microphone and join right in. So Karen, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to unmute the camera. Did it work? There's an amazing interview with James Cameron about how he got the inspiration for Avatar, because he's a really, really, really avid deep sea diver. And he actually doesn't make films because that's his passion. His passion is deep sea diving, and he makes the films to get the money to go deep sea diving. And all the animals that you see, you know, the little things that float around people, they're actually deep sea creatures that do that. Like all the animals and plant life, he witnessed much of it under the ocean. So I thought that was really fascinating. Actually, on my radio, I used to be on free-to-air radio. I played that interview. You can download it off the net if you Google it. James Cameron talking about the making of it. Yeah, so yeah, it's fascinating. I want Avatar 2 to come out. When's Avatar 2 coming out?
Yeah, definitely. So Karen, like, what do you think? Like, do you think Avatar changed the world? Do you think like what did it do to change the world for the audience who saw it?
Totally. Well, the thing about conscious movies is that they don't tell you anything you don't already know. They awaken what you know within you, and I think that that's what Avatar did. You know, as you said, it showed that egoic part of us that wants to divide and conquer, and then it showed that connected part of us that feels connected to all things, including the planet, the earth, the universe, the cosmos. And he really was like showing us the two aspects of us, the egoic self and the divine self, or the conscious self, or whatever you want to call it. And I think that what Avatar did, it really activated a lot of people to that awareness and that knowing. And a lot of starseeds that are here, you know, it sort of reminded them of home. They're like, yes, I come from that place. So, yeah,
Definitely.
That's such a great movie. I love Avatar.
Yeah,
I think I've watched it about 10 times.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, like I like the idea that you said like the movie like helped activate people. I really do feel that is like what a lot of movies are doing. They're kind of like activating codes within us, and like you said, like they're not something that we don't know. It's like all these like ancient esoteric knowledge. It's really like within us.
Yeah.
So even again, you know, like that's, and kind of branching beyond Avatar, and we're kind of connecting the dots at this point. Like even when you look at like the Star Wars movie that came out in the last year, The Force Awakens, like literally The Force Awakens, like they're not just talking about it in a movie, they're literally talking about like within us as individuals. And that's why like Rey is like such like a strong female character, and it kind of represents as like this like rise of the divine feminine and stuff like that. So we get like all of these potent themes that are just like planting that seed within the audience, that are just like they're walking away with. And even again, just staying in the Star Wars scene, you know, I talked about like some of the reviews that I did last year, but there's like the scene where Maz Kanata is talking to Rey, and she's talking about the Force, and she's being so literal about it. She's just saying, you know, like the Force is like all around you, like you breathe it, it connects you, it binds you, and stuff like that. And so it's just one of those things where, you know, you can have like this fantastical vision, and it looks like it's sci-fi, and then within there you have like these gems of truth that even the audience may not fully like acknowledge them as pure reality, it's sometimes quite obvious that the filmmakers are just like, this is like more than just, you know, a fancy idea. Like, this is something that we're trying to help pass on to the audience. So
I think that all media, everything in media are gems of truth, whether it be good, bad, and ugly, you know, like, because it's just, you know, what is your truth at this time? Is the gem of truth your separateness, or is the gem of your truth your connectedness? But, you know, everyone has a different truth at any moment in time, and media is just reflecting that. And I think that, you know, sci-fi and fictional movies is just a platform to get out conscious awareness or conscious understanding. It's just a way to get it out there, you know what I mean? And to create, so that it is like the forerunner for what becomes our truth. It's people's imagination, right? And their imagination comes from somewhere. It comes from somewhere. It comes from, you know, people call it imagination, but a lot of it is channeling or remembering, or, yeah, you know, it's all truth.
yes, and again, you know, one of the things we say within like the using the word imagination, if you like break that down and look at it differently, it's like nation of the magi. So again, like we're tapping into the nation of the magi, and that's where we're like pulling in all these codes and these information. So I mean, you know, it's really cool because like sometimes you get filmmakers and they are intentionally like making a movie to have you know, a message that they are promoting, or even just like a feeling or a vibration or a perception, so to speak. It's not just like one message. And then sometimes you get like films that are almost like a conduit for a higher level of consciousness to kind of work through, where the filmmakers may not even fully realize what it is that they're doing until like down the road, when they're just like, whoa, you know, like that was like foreshadowing or something, or that was like a bigger thing that I even realized. So I mean, this is where you can start looking into like the origins of like the Star Wars and the Star Trek universe, and people talk about how like because of them they helped inspire the future. Now to get into like a very interesting time loop here, and I'll pass it to Karen in a second. One way is sort of thinking how this stuff happens, where it's just like, wait, like did it actually predict the future, or it gets into this idea that the future already existed, and then it kind of like the future created the present and the present created the future simultaneously. Like the Star Trek of the past was actually created as a result of the information from the future kind of like dripping through our consciousness and coming through as like moments of like, oh, that sounds like a cool idea, yeah, like, you know, like translocators and stuff like that. And you know, next thing you know,
Gene Roddenberry, who put out the first Star Wars, you know, in the 60s, you know, I really sort of put off getting an iPhone because he had flip communicators in the 60s, and I was like loving that my flip phone was, I don't know, 50 years later or 60 years later or whenever it was you know, here. And then iPhones came out and I got an iPhone, but that little flip, you know, it was like, this is from the 60s. This was predicted from the 60s. You know? But, you know, that conversation about, is it predicting the future, or is it being downloaded for the future? There are many different future timelines out there that we can manifest here. Again, it's up to choice. What are we choosing? Because they're all out there. All the future timelines are out there to manifest. What are we choosing?
Exactly.
There's no such thing as time. It all exists.
Exactly, right. And again, and that's where we get into the idea of like how important of a role movies actually play within our culture. Because again, you know, we talk about like mainstream perceptions, mainstream culture. People go see movies and it, you know, you could use the term like hypnotizing or sort of, you know, but it's true that like people, like you become what you watch. And so in that sense, people just go to movies and they're just like, oh, you know, we're just going for entertainment. And then like over time, it's almost like a gradual and almost invisible in some ways, but it does make a difference. And so, you know, an example would be like the impact that Disney has on like young girls wanting to be princesses. And now what's actually happening right now is that the newest movie, Moana, has come out. And again, like this is like another Disney princess movie, but it's far different from the other Disney princesses. Like it is much more sort of shifting that idea of like a prince or a princess being like this like hoity-toity thing that's just kind of like, you know, like up in a castle. But instead it's more about like duty and responsibility to help the people and to help the village and to help like everyone and to find yourself in the process. And so the movie of Moana, like just to give you guys a little bit of just like some insight as to like what makes it so conscious. It is so ripe. Like within the first minute, you have this whole backstory of like the mother goddess, and she's like creating the world. And you literally see on screen like Fibonacci spirals and like fractals unfolding and stuff like that. And then there's this whole story of like how the demigod Maui stole the heart of the mother goddess because man asked him to. And then there's this whole story parallel of Moana, and she's living on an island with her family, and they've been living on the island nice and happy for like generations and generations, and they've never gone beyond the reef. And yet suddenly the island is like beginning to die, and so they have to do something. They have to leave, and Moana is just like, we have to go beyond the reef. But they're like, no, we can't go beyond the reef. Like, don't go beyond the reef. And so she is like listening to her own calling, and she's like, this is what I'm feeling called to do. And she's like, we have to return the heart to the mother goddess kind of thing. And the heart in this is actually like a little jewel, a little like green jewel that has like the Fibonacci spiral on it that comes into Moana's possession because like the ocean picks her. And then so you have this whole story about her finding herself, which is a whole like noscite ipsum thing, and that whole axiom of know thyself. And I'll just say this, but like the one thing that really stands out in that movie is the character of Moana's grandmother. And Moana's grandmother is like an elder of the island, and she's kind of like a Rafiki character. She really carries this whole like ancient shaman vibe, and she like blatantly tells her, you know, like, oh, people think I'm weird because I like to dance with the water and stuff like that. And you just get like this whole like mirroring process between Moana's grandmother and her, and just like there's such beautiful moments. Like I watched a movie, I cried like multiple times throughout it. And I almost like, I'm hesitant to like sort of like get into details because I don't want to like get into like spoilers and stuff. But yeah, I will just say that like there's some really potent themes, really heart-opening themes related to that movie in specifics, like with like her grandmother and stuff. And even like there's like the talisman that she carries the necklace on. And it's like a yin yang talisman. So like you see that it's like right there in plain sight. So yeah, and so that movie, and I'll just say this part and we'll pass it around. That movie is like very literal in the sense that it's about like bringing the heart back to the mother goddess. It's like bringing the heart back into culture. And so like that's literally what she's doing in the movie. And so I feel like that story is, again, like not just created as something to entertain, but as a Disney movie is actually there to help like spark people's spirit and to help shape culture. And this is like where you get into the idea of like Walt Disney movies and stuff like that. You know, Walt Disney, he was like very into the metaphysics and the spiritual and the esoteric. So it would make sense that he himself didn't just see movies as like, oh, a way to make money and a way to like, you know, entertain people just mindlessly. But it's like, let's use these mediums to help inspire people. Let's tell them of adventures that will encourage them to go on their own adventures. And I think over the years, you sort of saw these sort of cliches of princesses sort of getting stuck in archetypes. And this is where this movie is kind of like going beyond that to say like, hey, like this is the past, but this is the future. And a princess is like someone who is like able to call in that responsibility and that duty and to help others and to, you know, be a voyager is a big theme within this. So now knowing that this movie is out is really inspiring because people are going to start mimicking it. Young girls are going to start mimicking it. They're going to look to Moana as a role model, and that's going to help like influence like how they carry themselves with more confidence and with a broader vision of the world, and even like that whole interconnectedness as well, which is again a part of the theme within this movie. That movie was like so psychedelic and so heart opening, but I don't want to talk about it too much because I don't want to spoil it. But just encouraging people to go see that. But yes, let's take. Yes,
I just want to say one more thing.
Karen, go ahead. Absolutely.
I had a chat with a guy called John Ratz who started a movement called the Global Alliance for Conscious Entertainment with Jim Carrey and Eckhart Tolle. And he said something really interesting to me. He said, it's so important what you feed yourself with your media diet. He said, everyone talks about what food they're eating as he takes a mouthful of his breakfast or lunch or dinner. But what are you feeding your, you know, like with the media, what are you feeding your soul, your mind, your heart? And I loved that, your media diet. It's so important. It's more important than your physical diet.
Absolutely. Yes. And that's cool because like I kind of use that same thing. Yeah. Like what is your media diet, your spiritual diet and stuff like that. So be it news, be it, like books, be it movies, be it TV shows. Yeah. Like when you go and watch a movie, when I'm going and watching movies, oftentimes I'll really do it as like a meditative thing where I'm kind of doing it to like download inspiration from or to download like vision from, so I'll go see a movie that may have some like grand stuff in it and I'll use that to like help like bring concepts into my dream space or just into like my storytelling abilities. Like I watch other stories to get inspired about how I can tell other stories. So you kind of like use similar archetypes and even people who have listened to like the global meditations that we do, like that's another form of like consciousness shifting storytelling through media, even though it's just like vocal and things like that. So the stories are what really are like making the impact ever more lasting, because it's not just like if you just jump to the end of the movie and you just watch that, you wouldn't have the same impact. But you develop this relationship with the characters, and again, you can become the characters, you can experience them. So like when they experience like excitement, you're experiencing excitement. When they experience sadness, you experience sadness. And like that's what I was doing with Moana. Like there were moments where I was crying both out of joy, and then there were other moments where I was crying out of sadness, and there was just like, and the music and the synchronization, it's amazing how movies are, again, like this like dream simulation that brings us into a space where it can be inviting us to like open our hearts and to open our minds as well. So yeah, guys, there's so much to talk about this. I just want to keep passing the talk and stick around on anything that you guys want to be able to get into. Actually, I will just say, Jai, since you're back in, did you want to try unmuting yourself and doing anything that you want to say? And I will just say a huge shout out to people in the YouTube chat. I'm going to go back and check in with some of the stuff that you guys are saying there, because I know you guys are having some good examples that you guys are talking about. So yeah, like even just going back to the Disney thing, you can look at movies like Fantasia. Again, like Lion King has some potent themes in it. There's like even a movie that Disney made that is like straight up like Donald Duck playing with mathematics and Fibonacci sequence, which is like blatantly obvious and stuff like that. Yeah, any of the Pixar movies are like so inspiring and stuff. So again, it's really cool to like have as a filmmaker, it's like, okay, it's like, what is our message that we want to get across? Okay, good, we got that. Now let's build a story around it or something. Sometimes they do that, I feel. But yeah, okay, let's keep passing it around, guys. And Jeremy, you're in here, so we'll just we can pass over to you, Jeremy. When we were doing the introductions, you're just saying, like what brings us here, and then 2 movie examples that have conscious themes within them that you want to share.
Oh, okay, yeah, for sure. So, 2 movie examples. One that's fresh on my mind is definitely WALL-E right now. I got to watch WALL-E the other night, and it was like, I watched it once like a long time ago, and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. I liked it, but then I watched it like few days ago, and it just blew my mind like into tiny little pieces. It was amazing, and it felt like it was just like so psychedelic. It was so psychedelic. Just amazing themes. Like the whole concept is it's like a love story between 2 robots, a male and a female robot, and the female robot finds this plant, and it's all like the story of the plant, like having to get the plant. It's like the plant it's crazy. It was very it's like heart opening, like chakra, kind of like green chakra, heart opening like stuff with UFOs. I don't know, like it was amazing. It was amazing. So WALL-E's like fresh on my mind. I was like super surprised by the psychedelic plant consciousness kind of themes in it, where it's like the breakup between plant consciousness and animal consciousness, and then they're reuniting through the world of like the robots, which is kind of like insects in my mind. I don't know. So it's, but let's see something else. I guess I'll just leave it at that. WALL-E. What was the first question? There was another question.
Or just what brings you here? Or like what you
I don't know. I just thought I would come and see what was going on.
Yeah, so to be a part of the mystery.
It's always fun seeing what's going on here,
For sure. For sure. That's it's cool that you mentioned WALL-E, because I actually watched that this week, like literally like a couple days ago too. And similar thing, like I had only seen part of it, and that movie's from like 2008, and it's kind of one of those things where sometimes with movies, it's like there's so many movies out there, and it's like we're just like saving them for the right time. Like maybe if we saw it back then, and we wouldn't have downloaded it in the same way. So it's cool to like go back and watch a movie that may be old, but it's new to you. And that's always the thing, is that the movie will stay the same, but you change, and therefore your experience changes as well. So yeah, Wally was
for sure. Oh my gosh, like I've like when you go back and watch Ace Ventura now, like, and like there's all these like vegan, like vegetarian themes, which I totally didn't check. I totally missed out on those when I was like, those went like right over my head when I first watched those. And it wasn't until like a year ago when I went back and watched them, I was like, wow, these are like, it's like all like these weird like vegetarian, vegan, like animal rights jokes like nonstop. I'm just like, I totally missed out on all of that when I was 10. You know, I'm 10 years old, so it was kind of crazy. But yeah, so that would be my second one, Ace Ventura. There you go.
There you go, man. So, there you go. And yeah, and again, so like and from there, there's part of this discussion is just kind of like connecting the dots in some ways. But when you talk about Ace Ventura, obviously again to the theme of Jim Carrey, and Jim Carrey is a great example of a person who is like consciously brought into movies that have consciousness shifting themes. Like a lot of his movies, I just kind of want to like pull up like a IMDb that we got, but yeah, so like Ace Ventura, Eternal Sunshine, the number 23 was like another one.
The Truman Show. Oh, that was really
the Truman Show. Thank you. That's like a perfect one. That's like so. Like, take the Truman Show for example. Like if you're looking at like a philosophical like allegory and stuff like that, you know, how down, because it kind of parallels what we can get into with the Matrix. How, you know, the Matrix is kind of like this allegory for it's another version of the allegory of the cave kind of thing, and just kind of like seeing that like the reality that we know and are familiar with may not be like the real. It may be an illusion. It may not be like, you know, the be all end all kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah,
for sure. Matrix is just sort of its own whole world and like a universe, I think. But yeah, the Truman Show definitely has the similar themes, and it's like contacting I think it's called solipsism, the solipsistic self. We all have a part of ourselves which believes that we are the only being that exists. And it was just such a naked parody. I mean, not even a parody, it was like an examination of that whole concept. It was almost like, I'm sure there's lots of people out there who are solipsists who watch that film and are like, yeah, that's me. This film was made for me. Like, this is, you know, or something. I don't know. But yeah. So you guys were talking about art as prophecy for things which have, like in the future. There's all these like, interesting, like, Donald Trump like references and like in like cartoon media with like the Simpsons,
like Simpsons, and back to the Future and stuff.
And Back to the Future, Biff, you know, Biff, like, and I don't know. I sometimes I worry about that whole concept, but I think there's a lot. You can survive off of the philosophical like profundity of art, without having to tie it into a mystical like projection. And stuff like that. I mean, there's a mysticism in it, just with like the present moment and just being alive and watching the themes. It reiterates and rehashes all the different ways that we process information and all the different ways that people are different than us and get the same. And it's always so profound. It doesn't have to necessarily link up with something like solid in the future or something to do with like politics or history. You know? But it could be scary if it does, you know. Every piece of art is like a piece of prophecy. It's like, it'd be kind of intense, I think, you know. But
I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah, okay. Cool. Yes. I want to be able to, thank you, Jeremy. I want to be able to pass it over to Karen, actually. Karen, I'm just reading your comments in the chat. Karen's saying that you actually got an interview, had a chance to interview Tom, who made The Truman Show. Maybe Karen, can you tell us a little bit about that? If maybe he shared like what some of like his like vision and intention was going into making that movie, or anything that you want to share. I'm fascinated to hear when you get a chance to talk.
Tom Kadiak is one of the most amazing people on the planet. I'm a bit in love with him. He was a really successful movie director, producer, and his first movie that he cut, you know, he was like 11 years slugging it out in Hollywood. And then he made Ace Ventura. He said he took a punt on an unknown actor that was crazy called Jim Carrey, and he made Ace Ventura, and that put him on the world stage. And he said that, you know, he made I Love You, Chuck and Larry, Bruce Almighty, Evan Almighty, a whole lot of comedies, right? And he became richer and richer and richer and richer, and he bought this like 18 bedroom mansion in the Hollywood Hills, and realized that it didn't matter how rich and famous he got, he wasn't any happier. And in fact, he felt more isolated the more rich and famous he got, and he wanted to get back to connection. So he sold his mansion and donated most of his money to charity, and moved into a trailer park where he lives now. It's a nice trailer park, 2-bedroom, small place. And he had a bike accident where he thought he might die. And he thought, you know, all these movies that he was making with comedy was getting some of his music out of him, like his heart song, his consciousness, but he really wanted to explore it and discuss it before he died. So he took himself and 4 people around the world asking, he said, the world's most important questions to some of the greatest minds. And he made a documentary called I Am, which is a brilliant doco, if anyone wants to see it. He also, at the same time, it took about 4 years to make that, he commissioned his cinematographer, a guy called Roka Belic, to make a movie about happiness. And he made a documentary called Happy, which is a fabulous, you know, what makes us happy. So he went around the world with the 4 people and a camera and asked people what makes them happy. And personally, I like Happy better than I Am. It's a really great doco. So yeah, Tom is just awesome. He's written a book. He teaches at university. He lectures on this subject, consciousness and media, and what makes us tick, and how can media help. And yeah, he's just an awesome man. You can tell I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. So yeah, that's it. Any more? Do you want me to say anything else? Where'd Brendon go? Did we lose him?
Oh, we might have lost him. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, that was awesome. So when did you get to interview him? When did you?
It was about 4 or 5 years ago now. It was just when he released I Am, and
okay. I remember seeing the trailer for that and getting like super excited, because I've always thought that, like, you know, oh my gosh, the Ace Ventura, like, well, like the Jim Carrey, and it's just so amazing. And I know that he's done like a lot of really interesting, like, philosophical talks in the last like 5 years or 10 years, or whatever. So yeah, I was really stoked to see that. And then I forgot about it until just now. So thanks for reminding me. But so you got to talk with him. Was it during one of the like tours for the documentary, or something like this? Or
yeah, well, I was here in Australia and he was over there in the States, so we did this Skype chat. But I popped the link on the chat there. So it was for radio, actually. It wasn't Skype, because I was on community radio at the time. So it was just a telephone conversation. But now I do videos. But yeah, so it's just he and I on the phone, the recorded phone conversation. Are you back? Skull Babylon? Is he back?
Maybe he's back. Maybe he's not. You know, who knows? The mystery man. Mystery
you guys
skull.
hear me now? Is it okay?
Oh, hey, Jai. What's up?
All right, awesome.
How are you doing, man? You wanted to talk about Guardians of the Galaxy?
Well, that's one of the movies that, arguably, that's my favorite movie now, favorite sci-fi movie, just because each character in there, I feel, matches 2 of the zodiac signs perfectly. And that's how I've been researching this universal law called divine friendship. These universal laws are these unwritten laws that govern these physical laws. Like, there's physics, and then there's metaphysics. And how I kind of see that as metaphysics is the study of how these physical laws that we experience are governed. And how I experience divine friendship is people exist in your life to make things easier for you, to reduce the resistance you feel. And you're there to help them as well. It's wise to surround yourself with helpful people. So that's what this movie is all about. I mean, all these people of different walks of life come together in different races, and they're there to just help each other, and they don't even know why. And it's just beautiful at the end. No spoilers for whoever hasn't watched it yet. It's amazing.
Nice. And has this film? Have you seen it a few times? It came out like a few years ago, right? Have you probably seen it a few times? Like, has it changed for you since when it first came out to after a while, or have you always like seen the same message in it?
Are you talking about Guardians of the Galaxy?
Yeah.
I only saw it once, and I
okay.
paid really much attention to it. I want to see it again because I was under a different altered mental state, so I wasn't fully able to see everything. There's so much that went on in that movie. The most recent movie I've seen that I want to talk about is Looper. It totally blew me away. Just the message of it, like the ending is just wow, because it's not really an action movie. It's really a movie about family values and just really choosing a decision that really impacts your influence. I mean, I was moved by it.
Nice.
That are just like usually always touch me. Like I'm usually in tears. Like I can barely cry. If I like when I was little, I decided like when I was 12, I decided it's not manly to cry anymore. So now whenever I watch like a Miyazaki film, any Miyazaki film, I start just tearing up. It's like 2 or 3 tears, and that's it. But yeah. If you guys know a good way I could just release all this, like whatever I'm holding in, let me know. Anything.
Well, the eyes are the window to the soul, and tears are kind of like the squeegee guys that hang from the skyscrapers. It's a dangerous job. You got to pay them to get up there. So consider paying your squeegee guys more, and then maybe they'll come and give you a good wash over. I don't know.
I love it. Yeah, and what's interesting is going back on what I was talking about, divine friendship. I've been doing like an ongoing personal market research study. I've just been asking everyone their zodiac sign, and I've just been tracking divine friendship that way, people who exist in my life. So there's 3 main parts to your astrology. Most people only know one, their sun sign. So my sun sign is Sagittarius. That's kind of like your inner urge, method of like default method of operations, how you usually act. And moon sign is Aries, how you think. And my rising sign is Gemini, which is kind of how people see initially, how you tend to act outwards. And it's fascinating. I've been able to match the zodiac signs to like different physical personalities. Like Taurus usually has like a really strong, muscular, firm build, and Gemini is usually kind of like a ballerina, like tiny and nimble. It's very interesting.
Nice.
And it's kind of short and stocky.
Yeah, I have a Sagittarius rising and an Aries sun. So, and then I was like, if you say your rising is Cancer, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, but your rising is Gemini. No, sorry, you was Gemini, mine's Cancer. So
that's totally a Gemini right there. Just like so many thoughts, just trying to say things about it. Yeah.
No, that's awesome. Yeah.
What's really cool is
I'm back in here, guys. Just
he's
checking.
Brendan,
Go ahead.
Brendan wants some breadcrumbs.
Okay.
I was just gonna one thing about friendship in astrology is the sextile position, like is supposed to represent friendship. So that's 60 degrees away from something on either side is supposed to be like the friendship area. So and directly opposed as well. So it's the peace sign is like opposition and then sextile. So if you look at a position, so like Aries will get along best with Geminis and Aquariuses, and also with Libras. So it's like the peace sign thing.
Oh, I love Aquarius. It's funny you say that because aside from those 3 things,
we'll loop this back into movie themes in a
The
second.
movies.
Okay?
I know. One more thing.
Go ahead. This all relates somehow.
It's after I discovered the other parts of your astrology. Like if you go on a website like Astrology Cafe, you get everything. You get like your houses and just everything else that's in there. And I'm just like, wow, there's so many more significance. Like I have every sign of the zodiac somehow significant with some part of my life. And recently Aquarius has been so significant to me. I don't know why, but that's my midheaven. So maybe you could tell me more about that. But so many Aquarius have been saving me money. My business partner is Aquarius. It's just, yeah, it's awesome. Oh, all right. All right, Brendon, it's all yours.
Well, it's cool because you guys got me thinking. I'm like, have there been many movies that have like blatant astrology themes in them? Like, I feel like it would be kind of cool if there was like a movie of a guy who would be like a seer, like SER, and kind of maybe like his perception of the world, and maybe he had like a hyper like encoded perception of astrology and synchronicity and stuff like that. I feel like there could be like a story there for a movie that hasn't come out yet or something to do with like sort of like heightened intuition. But yeah, like the astrology thing, yeah, it's interesting. I'm just trying to think if there's any movies there. Cool, guys. Okay, let's keep bouncing around. Because I dropped out there for a second. So we were talking about the Truman Show. Karen was talking about the interview that she had with the fellow involved with that film. Let's take a moment here to just segue into the clip from Jason Silva that I want to be able to play here. And this is just going to be like a bootleg version played out of my speakers. But if you go to facebook.com/Jason Silva, you can find it there. And I'm not sure what the title for this video is, but yeah, it's about like the reflection of cinema. So we'll do this here, guys, and then we'll come back in a second. And yeah, we'll talk specifically maybe about a couple other movies. We can talk about I mean, the Doctor Strange movie is something that I want to talk about. We can talk about, really, I want to be able to like let you guys like practice talking about, you know, some of the exciting movies that really made a difference in your life. And that's one of the things is that, like, you know, within a lot of these stories, you'll hear people who like went and saw a movie and they'll say like, yeah, it literally changed me. Like after that, I was like more perceptive of something. For example, and I mentioned this in the pre-broadcast, but like our buddy Andrew uses the example that Tomorrowland was like part of his awakening, and there's like a big speech within Tomorrowland that like really shifts some paradigms as well. So let's step back and we'll listen to Jason Silva here, and he's going to talk a little bit about like what movies and what media are like really trying to accomplish. And I think the beautiful thing is that like they're you know, there's what we were talking about earlier, they're like us kind of bringing what's in our dreams and what's in our imagination into a tangible form so that we can share. It's creating like a technology that allows us to have like a shared dream experience. So it's very much in tune with like the whole theme of us being creators, you know, of this collective dream together. So give me a second here, guys, and I'm just going to adjust something here so that you guys are going to hear the audio, but it's not going to be perfect quality. And nonetheless, we'll, or actually, let me just see. I'm just going to see if I can do like a quick screen share. Yeah, okay, we'll just do a screen share as well. So I'm just going to do screen share for those of you watching on YouTube, and and a little bit later in the broadcast we can also talk a little bit about the Journey to Lucidity movies as well, which are the full-length conscious movies that I've worked on, and some of the intentions behind those as well, because I feel they're kind of parallel to what Jason Silva is talking about. So here we go. This is a video from Jason Silva, and let me just check the audio 1 second here. Okay, here we go, guys. Beep, 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 beep. And all right, and play.
Gene Youngblood wrote in a seminal book called Expanded Cinema that cinema reflects mankind's historical drive to manifest his consciousness outside of his mind in front of his eyes. Cinema is a technology that allows us to hold up a mirror to ourselves. I believe it's the only way in which we can actually see the interior states of another. Literally, subjective experience can only be presented through cinema. Now, one of my favorite genres of cinema that particularly plays with the subjective perspective is magical realism. It probed the parameter, the liminal zone between dreams and reality, the false reality genre that is the secret thrill of every fan that wants that moment when baseline reality dissolves and no new reality has yet emerged in its pixelating wake. It's that moment of doubt. It's that moment of dream. It's that winking intimation that says maybe it is life itself that is the dream. And I just love that buzz. I love the fact that reality becomes charged with a kind of supernatural energy when you leave the movie theater, and it reminds me why I think we are so much more than what we think we are. And that's what I think.
Awesome. All right, so there you go, guys. This little audio clip video from Jason Silva, and yeah, he's making some amazing stuff. So yeah, let's kind of continue to just like go around the circle, and let's what movies do you guys want to talk about that really stood out to you, and just kind of like what are these movies really accomplishing? From some movies, they really help us like see more of the magic in this world. Some movies, they echo what's happening in reality. One thing we can talk about is like the new Rogue One movie has some very interesting parallels between like that and like what is happening at Standing Rock right now. It's like this whole idea of like the rebellion and like, just like standing up against like the oppression of the empire and stuff. And it's just, save the rebellion, save the dream kind of thing. But yeah, a lot of movies, they really help us like become more aware of the magic, or to see the magic through like the exploration of what the characters experience within the movies. Pete's Dragon was like one that did this recently that really stood out for me. But yeah, let's I just want to let you guys we'll pass the talk and stick around. What are, again, like when it comes to like consciousness shifting themes within movies, what do you guys want to talk about? Be it specific movies, be it like personal experiences, and keeping in mind that this is all just practice. So if anybody wants to jump in and help direct some of the class discussion, please feel free to do so. And we'll just give it a second here if anybody wants to jump in, or if anybody even has a question for the group as well. And even going back and like looking at like films that Kubrick made, 2001 Space Odyssey, like that was like such a different movie at the time when it came out back in like 72 and stuff. Just imagining like what like a movie like that would have been like for people in the time. It's just like so out there, so just mind-blowing in a lot of ways. So yeah, go ahead guys, if you guys want to unmute yourself, and we can talk a little bit more, just bringing in more themes of like conscious and shifting movies and stuff. So Kaya, go ahead.
Yeah, just like in terms of like revolution themes and everything, the Hunger Games Mockingjay is a really big one. I remember that really sparked the revolutionary in me when I watched that. And also the show Continuum has like a lot of revolution themes and time travel and alternate timelines, and like kind of the organized chaos of future changing the past, changing the future, and like it all just coming together somehow. Because when you were talking about with Star Trek, like the idea of like the future causing itself in a way by like that show being created because of information from the future, which could have led to that future being real. There's a lot of that happens in Continuum as well, because like the guy who invented the technology that exists in the future is like early 20s when they go to the past. And so it's just this very interesting thing of him like repairing and improving his own technology that he hasn't actually invented yet. Yeah. Anyway, I need to go, but that was one thing I really wanted to bring up was Continuum, because that's a really awesome show. Cool. A lot of different stuff going on.
Kaya, just before you go, if you don't mind me, just asking, like, because like you're doing your paper on like fantasy and stuff like that. How do you feel that like fantasy like helps like either like inspire you or like inspires the people? Like when we get into like the whole like like Chronicles of Narnia, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and stuff like that. Like, what do you sort of see the importance of those movies as?
Well, the series that's had the biggest impact for me is the Sword of Truth series by Terry Goodkind, which I just finished my second read through of really recently. I started reading the first book back in like late May, early June, and finished the last, the 12th book. Like, actually, I finished the last book literally 2 days before the election. And like throughout the entire time I was reading through the series, I was going through like my own kind of transformation, deep healing process. And like, it was no coincidence that I read what I read when I read it, because so that I could understand what I needed to understand in the moment that I needed to understand it. And just ever since reading that series, like, I kind of really live my life by a lot of the ideals that came through in that, because it has the wizard's rules, which there's one introduced in each book, and it's things like passion rules reason, for better or worse. The greatest harm can result from the greatest intentions. There's magic and sincere forgiveness. The overall lesson of the series is your life is yours alone, rise up and live it. And so I feel like we, like, from all of time, like, stories are kind of how we learn how to be. You know, we are told stories as children, and that is when we learn how to be. So how to be from what we're exposed to as children, which is stories. And if we can like continue learning from stories, creating stories, like, we can, you know, just kind of increase that collective knowledge, and it gives us a way to understand things in a different context. And also, like, I remember I had a conversation with someone because I was talking about a movie, another movie with conscious themes, which is The Bulletproof Monk. And I was, you know, kind of just saying randomly that I realized I should watch that movie again. And my friend was saying, you know, well, go back to the source, because that's only like 2% of the knowledge. Like, you know, go back to, like, you know, the philosopher or whatever. And I realized that a lot of what attracts me in fantasy, I want just that 2% so that I can create the rest of it myself and figure out what that little piece of knowledge means, and, you know, create this whole world of knowledge from that 2% that is my own. Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. And I like what you're saying there, like the idea that like it's always been like through stories that we have like been able to pass on lessons and to be able to pass on, you know, teachings and stuff. And that's so true, you know, like it's the story that we are able to sort of like create this world, and within that world there are like, you know, like consequences, and there is danger, and there is, you know, virtue and everything like that. Yet within there, like, we have the story of characters, and the characters, you know, oftentimes like are there to sort of like show us what we can become, to show us like what is already inside of us. And this is where you get into the whole idea of like the hero with 1,000 faces, you know, the whole idea of like the hero's journey, which is sort of this recurring pattern. And you hear, you know, Joseph Campbell talks about this in the book Hero with 1,000 Faces, and you get into that of like the Star Wars stories representing the archetype. Lots of different stories of like the hero kind of like going through these trials and tribulations, and like going through doubt, and then like rising, and then like stepping into like their own divinity in a way, or their own sovereignty, or their own empowerment as well. And so, yeah, like it's interesting to think of like, just, you know, if back in the day, if like tribal culture had movies, what type of movies would they make? You think back on the stories that they told around the fireplace, and how magnificent those must have been, they're just ripe with the imagination. And I think that's a beautiful thing, right? Like when you're telling a story, people can begin to imagine the same thing. It creates this hyperlink between our brains. And yet when you create a film, there's no like second guessing, like, oh, like what does this scene look like exactly? Like you're seeing it, you're sharing it, you're experiencing it. But there still is this degree of subjectivity as well, which again makes it unique for every person. Like, 100 people could watch the same movie and all see it differently, right? Because it's all going to be based on like what it means to them and just like their own relationship to the characters. And I think that's a really cool thing. And yeah, Kaya, I just want to say, because I know you got to get going. Thanks again for joining, and all the best with your paper. So yeah. And Kaya, is there anything else you want to just say before you head out for all the other shifters out there?
I guess just, like keep dreaming, keep imagining, keep creating the world, and just remember that, like, it's not like it's a good thing to go to have other worlds to go to, because like sometimes we need that space to like have the space to figure out what is it that we actually want in life, like at the core. Sometimes we need to let go of our preconceived restrictions to figure out what we actually want. And once we figure that out, we can realize that those restrictions don't actually restrict what it is we actually want. So yeah, I feel like, stories are just so important. I mean, I live and breathe stories, and it's also part of how I connect with people too, because I've discovered that I weave people together my own story, because I'll have a conversation with someone and tell them my story, and I'll learn something from that conversation. And then I'll go and have another conversation with someone and I'll tell my story again, including what I just learned from a different conversation. And that process just keeps going on, so that the other people around me are learning the same things that I'm learning through me telling my own story in its ever evolving evolution. And so yeah, stories bring people together and show us how to be. And yeah.
Totally. Yeah. Well, Kaio, there's going to be so much more. We'll have to catch up later. But yeah, if you got to go, then thanks for stopping by and stuff. So much love. And do feel free to stick around, Kai, because yeah, like I want to be able to get into quite a few themes within here. And again, like we're talking about the ways of like how movies can almost present like a blueprint for how to change the world in some ways. And that can be like activating the superhero within, or, like opening the heart or creating with the mind. And at the same time, we also have to look at in the same way that like movies can inspire people to be like super awesome co-creators, movies can also have quote unquote adverse effects. And so I'm just kind of like reading a little bit in the live chat on YouTube, and shout out to you guys there. You guys are still a part of the class as well. Yeah, like keeping in mind, like let's just sort of like take a moment here to sort of begin to weigh the effects of what consciousness can have on mass culture, on people, on individual, because it's true that like it can be very inspiring and spark the spirit, but at the same time you do get some movies that are kind of just like this, like almost like dulling, kind of like almost like an opium for the masses or something like that. I kind of feel like you get some of the big action movies. I hate to do it, but like using like Transformers or something as an example, and not to say there aren't conscious themes within Transformers, because there are, but it seems as if like, oftentimes Hollywood studios, they have to kind of like weigh it out, where it's just like, okay, you can have like a few conscious themes, but we're gonna have to like put in some more explosions if we do, or else like, we don't think people's attention spans will last. But yeah, like focusing on the idea of like adverse effects, quote unquote? Like, do you guys feel that, can you guys think of maybe some movie examples that in some ways might be like, you know, like blatantly like trying to like impose like fear on people, or you know, like getting them thinking limited thought forms? Obvious examples with this would be like alien invasion movies, you know, would be a big one, you know, when we're talking about like the concept of extraterrestrial life and stuff. A lot of people would be like, well, you know, there's a lot of benevolent races, but Hollywood will commonly, you know, like stereotype aliens as being this enemy who's out to destroy us and stuff. And so, is that subconsciously programming us? And so again, there's a lot of different ways. Jai, if you gotta say something, go ahead, jump right in.
On that, on that note, I have to leave soon, so I'm gonna say something about the Alien movie. There's an Alien movie I saw recently. It's called The Fourth Kind. If you guys haven't seen it, I highly encourage you to see it. It's basically a true story reenacted. It's about a psychologist who went mad, basically, because her husband, who was also a psychologist, got abducted or murdered by aliens or something, whatever you want to call it. And it has like symbology of ancient Sumerian languages, and apparently it's based on a true story. I haven't done more research or to dig deeper onto this, but you guys may know more about it. But it's a really fun, I think it's a really fun spiritual movie because it borderlines truth, because it's based on real experiences, and it actually shows video recordings of what really happened, and then the reenactment too, side by side. So it's kind of interesting videography experience too. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share.
Is that the one with owls?
Yeah, that's the one with owls.
Yes, and Amelia Jovovich is in that too. And
Oh,
she's Lilu in you know, The Fifth Element. And The Fifth Element, like that's a movie in itself, right? Like, what is the fifth element in that movie? You know, it's talking about like earth, air, wind, water, fire. But then like the fifth element, depending on how you interpret it, can almost be thought of as like love. You know, like there's like that scene at the end where they're trying to bring it together, and it's like when like Dallas and her like kind of like share that moment, that it kind of like activates it all. So it's just like the fifth element is love, is kind of a really cool idea. They're actually remaking that movie, which is kind of cool. But yeah, going back into the aliens, you know, there's a lot to talk about there, and I think that is like worth looking at. You know, look at how representations of aliens have been depicted in movies over the years. Again, look at, you know, like George Lucas with like E.T. There was some really potent themes there. E.T. was like teaching all about the heart, and he had like some like psychic abilities, and he was probably a Jedi in some ways. The newest movie that came out, Arrival, is a really, really, really good like alien movie. It's not like an action movie. It's like more of like psychological and stuff. This is like kind of a spoiler and everything, but within that movie, like through the communication with the aliens, it gets into this idea of the aliens actually being able to like perceive time from a non-linear sense. So that movie basically brings people through this whole scenario where by the end of it, they have the potential to start thinking about the idea that time is not this linear thing as we see it to be, which is what in the Arrival you see like this like circle, and it kind of looks like like an Ouroboros, and that's like part of their language and stuff. So again, you know, it seems that this movie, the filmmaker was trying to do more than just like create like a cool alien movie, but they were trying to like get people to think bigger thoughts about this reality, especially in our relation to time. And I think the movie did it quite well. I'm sure a lot of people walked out of that, and now if somebody else like brings up the concept of nonlinear time, they'll be able to use the movie as like a reference, be like, oh, you kind of mean like in, you know, in the movie Arrival. So I mean, this is, and I'm sorry, I'm just kind of bouncing around here, but again, like that's where movies are really handy, because within culture they can become reference points for us to be able to start having conversations. And we haven't really mentioned it much this class, even though it's one of the obvious ones. But like you get into Inception, and you think about what Inception did as an example a few years ago when it came out. It really got people beyond the movie starting to get interested in the concept of dreaming and dream exploration and things like that. So, you know, you start talking about dreaming, you know, people be like, oh yeah, you know, I saw the movie Inception, like I think I know what you're talking about and stuff. And that's where even with the new movie Doctor Strange, it gets into all these spiritual themes and multidimensional reality, and you're not just your physical body, and you're actually capable of like traveling through portals inside your mind, and it's very like psychedelic and stuff. You know, you can bring that introduction to people, and they'll be like, oh, like in the movie Doctor Strange, okay, I know what you're talking about, kind of thing. So yeah, movies can be jump points. But yeah, link portals for idea. But yeah, going into like the concept of like alien movies, and going into the concept of like, you know, like sort of adverse, like negative things in alien movies. I guess like Independence Day would kind of be an obvious example. Like, were there, well, but again, it's not just black and white. But you guys tell me, using Independence Day as an example, do you feel that there were conscious themes in Independence Day? Can you guys think of any? And even if they are just kind of like inspirational, so to speak, what do you guys think? If you guys had to like analyze, really like break down Independence Day, like what would you see it as? Conscious, unconscious, fear, love.
I'm trying to remember anything about that movie. I know that it has the guy from Jurassic Park with the laugh.
Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah. I guess he's kind of like, he's like his own like conscious theme because he became a meme.
He became a meme, he did.
Yeah.
Good for him.
So there you go. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think there's something about like just like being in the nick of time with him. Like he had to like think of a lot of thinking outside. That's one thing with media. They always, like, movies are always talking about thinking outside the box. You know, the character that's rewarded them.
Oh, Jeremy just dropped there. Yeah, like, so within like within the movie Independence Day, like you sort of have like this whole idea of like aliens are bad and like aliens are kind of like, you know, here to destroy the world and stuff like that. But within there, if I had to like focus in on what conscious themes came out of it, it came out of the whole idea of like unity and coming together and overcoming the odds. So again, you know, conscious themes can really become like this subjective way of kind of looking at things. And you know, when we're saying conscious, like conscious means like us experience it as itself. It can be like, you know, a reference to awareness. So a consciousness shifting movie can be the idea of like awareness expanding. Okay, this is interesting. All right, so we just had a few people just involuntarily leave the chat, which sometimes happens, and I'm not sure if they actually got like ejected or if it just kind of like randomly closed on them. So we're gonna give a moment for them to be able to join back in. In the meantime, I'm gonna be able to just check into the live chat as well, unless Heidi, you're still here. Heidi, if you want to say anything, please feel free to join in.
I'm not very talkative, sorry.
No worries. Because like Heidi, the movies, yeah, you were talking about Butterfly and Jumper and Sense8. You mentioned Sense8, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to maybe just like, for people who maybe haven't seen Sense8, do you want to try maybe explaining like what kind of the premises behind that? And that's like from the people who did The Matrix and Cloud Atlas, which we haven't talked about Cloud Atlas yet. But yeah, go ahead, Heidi, if you want to just.
Well, basically, people all over the world are just connecting to each other. They can see each other in short bits of time, and they can like feel what each other are feeling, like at spontaneous moments, and then like they can receive like skills that they've never had before from these other people that they're connected to, and they have to like help each other from all over the world. And finally, at the end, they're all, I don't know, I can't really tell you what happens.
Yeah, like that movie is like really cool because it has a lot to do with these ideas that like these people are kind of like one soul fractaled into multiple humans. So yeah, you're getting this whole idea of the you know, can multiple souls like exist? Can one soul exist as like multiple incarnations happening simultaneously within like parallel reality or within a simultaneous parallel experience? So that's pretty interesting. Okay, so this is damn it, this sucks.
There's another movie.
Okay, that person is totally. Okay, so yeah, this kind of sucks. This is like a little bit of updating guys on just like what happens. So every now and then it's like in some weird way people can join and they can like kick people out of the chat and it doesn't allow them to rejoin. So I'm not entirely sure if all the people who like got kicked out are able to rejoin, but sometimes like people like join and just like troll the Hangouts, and it's like Google Hangout not being able to let us mitigate it properly, which is like super weird. Yeah, this is, I totally know this is like exactly, yeah, so I'm just gonna keep kicking that person. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I apologize, guys. That's really unfortunate that somebody had to come in here and sabotage the broadcast like that, because I'm not entirely 100% sure if you know, Jeremy is going to be able to rejoin, if Kyle's going to be able to rejoin. Yeah, like Jeremy's saying, he says like I can't rejoin because I've been blocked by a user. That sucks. That's such a bullshit thing, and I'll say it because like that pisses me off that people would come in and do that, and it pisses me off that like that Google Hangouts doesn't have a way to present that. And I know who it was. Like it was a person, I saw them in here. Yeah, so anyways, if people want to be able to join, I'm going to post the link into the YouTube live chat. So at this point we are inviting more people to be able to join into the Hangout. Right now it's just like me and Heidi, so which is cool. But yeah, we're just gonna take like a moment here to see if there's any way. Yeah, for people listening, yeah, literally like none of them can join. Like literally like 5 people got kicked out and none of them can join. This is like the same person who did it during the last broadcast too. I just got to keep a trigger finger on it. Unfortunate. So yeah, sorry guys. Again, like it's not really something that like I have like full preventative control over, unfortunately. So right now we're kind of like in like this like limbo stage where, you know, like I could, yeah, see, look, this is like another person just joining, but how the hell do I like block them? That's so freaking stupid. Go freaking figure. So I apologize, guys. This is like the unfortunate part of like doing things on the internet is trolls show up. So okay, Nathan Ribble, are you a troll or not? How are you doing? Okay, good. Welcome. Nathan, can you put some headphones in?
Sure thing.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, man. All right. Okay. So again, we're just gonna have to like repopulate the class with a couple new people. And for those of you who maybe got kicked and booted, try logging in with a different account. So try different accounts login. So yeah, we're just gonna take a moment here to sort of like see what we can do to get some more people joined in. Nathan, go ahead. I just muted yourself temporarily, but go ahead and unmute yourself if you just want to join in on the conversation of conscious themes in movies and media here. So Nathan, when you're ready, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Give it a second if he's there. No worries. Okay, cool. So yeah, I just want to be able to like take a moment here. I'm just kind of multitasking. Try using different. All right, Nathan, you there? All right. Cool. Nathan, I'm going to pass the talking stick over to you. If you want to talk a little bit about like conscious themes within movies that maybe have inspired you or anything you want to talk about.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm just making sure I'm going to get in here. Can you hear me perfectly clear? All right. So I just kind of thought that I would say stuff like one of my favorite movies actually kind of is like a consciousness like perspective. I always like the movies that really like change your mind state. Like for instance, Memento 1999 is a really good one for me. That one is like you don't really know what's happening. It's kind of a psychological movie and anything where the state of the person has always like a fractional memory and like he got it from an injury, and so like that goes into thinking like what the brain has potential to do. It can really like it can block out parts of your mind, and then like that really gets me thinking about certain other ones. Things like movies like Deja Vu with that one's like having to do with technology and like what technology is being changed, and to translate that into conscious movie themes, I would say like anything would be possible with the imagination. As Jason Sylvia was saying, like the amount of art can be portrayed on a screen is very powerful. I figure that when the amount of information that can translate through a movie screen is immense. So like I would figure that's how in the very beginning he was explaining with that one philosopher. I'm not really sure what he was saying actually, but in the same time he was explaining it in such a way where you can really, really meet someone through media, audio, visual, like even if it's even like, especially when it's in the theater, because that's when it happens. Like the theater is meant to happen. There's like I'm not sure what it's called, but like there's this thing called like logos, ethos, and pathos. I'm not really sure what this is from. It's like you have to be there in the moment in theater to really fully experience it, and then have that really be enacted upon the self. And I really appreciated that point too, because you can actually translate into like how to find people, how to actually consciously meet some people. Like you can go to where people are, or people are already congregating, instead of maybe going into like an alleyway. No one's going to be in an alleyway, but like the movie is like perfectly aligned. The movie's theater is perfectly aligned to actually get you certain messages or certain consciousnesses. And so like they create these things for a reason, and they create the theaters for a reason. So like that's just like a translation of like physical to like why it's like the way it is. And they really, really hype certain things up to getting it into this too. And so yeah, like what's another one? Oh, Source Code, the movie Source Code. I found the one with the train and the bomb. That one was really cool. I just like those movies that really like mess with your mind, and like once you get to that one point, like even Fight Club had that kind of aspect where you get to this one point, and then it just like completely jumps off the edge. You're just like completely blown away. But here, I want to actually get to Fight Club because that gets me into thinking certain things like what do you call it? Like aspects of the self, really like what's going on in the world, comparing to certain aspects of like adversity and like rebellion and wanting to get into a collective mindset. That one really got me. Like that one really got me into thinking that way. So yeah, like I've been like, I would say like that too, because it's very, very interesting when it comes down to translating that into real life. And that really just, ever since I've been getting the notifications of wanting to just really, I'm not really sure where I'm going with that, but like it's just translating that into my real life has really got me thinking more, actually.
Awesome, man. Yeah, and those are some more good examples that you mentioned there of the source code and any of the time loop movies as well. Sorry, I'm just gonna, Nathan, if you can manually mute yourself, just we have feedback on your end. I'll just do that too, but we'll unmute yourself in a second. Yeah, and again, like what you're talking about, you know, like these environments are like specifically created for us to be able to like have these experiences where it is, you know, like we're like putting it in. It's just like, even at the beginning, when I go to the movies, they sort of have this like this 3D like preview thing where it's like watch a movie or be a part of one, you know, and that's literally the whole idea of you can do that. You can bring yourself into it. And one thing I was going to mention earlier in the show, we were talking about I was talking about like really watching movies as a meditative process. One thing that I was doing yesterday when I was like watching Moana is that like I was like sitting there with like my like fingers interlaced, and then what I would do is I would take my thumbs and put my thumbs together and take my pinkies and put my pinkies together, and then like through doing that it would allow me to like feel my pulse while watching the movie. And so I was just kind of like doing that as like a meditative thing to just kind of like really be in that stillness, and to notice that if there were parts in the movie where there's like emotion welling, instead of just being like, oh, that's cool, and just kind of like just being caught up in like the spectacle, to really allow myself to sink into the vibration of like what the experience of that scene was about. And yeah, and like that's part of the reason why, like, you know, the movie was like, I was able to like have those moments of like crying and stuff during the movie. And it wasn't like crying, but it was just like you feel the heart twangs, your like heart opens up, and it's like, oh, it's like so beautiful and stuff. But you know, I really encourage people to do that, to like watch movies as like a meditation, and to notice if you get like those like tingling sensations, the activation sensations up the spine as well during movies. Okay. All right. So it looks like I think that person who's in here right now is also another troll who is, yeah. All right, so now I'm the only one left in the hangout. So spirit science, if you're the troll, you want to just say hi, or if you're not a troll, you can say hi. Hello, spirit science. Are you here for the hangout? How's it going? Cool. Okay, so you're a troll. Thanks, man. All right, so at this point, guys, since trolls are all over the internet these days, and that's just like the wild west that we live in, we're just going to have to find a way to be able to keep doing this. And I do have alternative means to be able to bring people into the broadcast. One of the ways that we can do that is through the Wow, okay. Dude, seriously. Like, I'll give you like 2 seconds. Sorry, I don't know if I was just muted there for a few seconds. Yeah, no, I was just saying, like, I apologize for that happening, guys, and that's unfortunate. Trolls all over the internet these days, and that's like the way how Google Hangout works. Like, literally, people can join in here and they can kick other people out. It's so freaking stupid. Like, I don't understand. If that's the case, then like we're just going to have to basically make the invite links completely private moving forward. Like, this is like what happens. Like, if we like have if we keep it open to the public, then it's keeping it open to people who come in, and yeah, and unfortunately do it that way. So let me just see. I'm just trying to think here, guys. Sorry, like, obviously this wasn't part of the plan of the broadcast, so all right, I'm going to see if I can open up the Discord chat, and we'll see if we can get some people tuning in through there. So yeah, again, with you guys in the live chat, we'll talk with you guys in terms of like other conscious movies that, or other conscious themes that you guys want to talk about. I'm just going to kind of scroll up in the chat in terms of what we had going on. Legends of the Seeker, that's like another cool series that I haven't seen, based on a book. Yeah, Westworld is like something that I can talk about too. So like sorry guys, like, I want to be able to talk about this, but I also want to be able to like find a solution to like help people join. This is so stupid. I apologize, guys. Like, if I could fix this easily, I would. I'm gonna bring. All right, 1 second. Okay, there we go. All right. Yo, Kyle, can you hear me? Check, check. Yo, Kyle, can you hear me? Okay. Yo, Kyle. Check, check. No. Yeah, you can't hear me. Yo, man. Okay, cool. All right, so we're gonna bring Kyle into this broadcast through horribly back end audio by having him play through my speakers. 1 second. So let me just unplug this. This may or may not work. Kyle, can you put your headphones in? Horribly back end audio. Otherwise, we're gonna get major feedback loop. 1 second. Okay, Kyle, just take a second here to get your headphones in. So again, if people are joining this and they're just like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, this is Paradigm Shift Destiny School, and we do our best to organize an online event where we invite people to have conscious conversations, but every now and then trolls come along and they do what is called sniping, where they kick people out of the broadcast beyond a way that we can actually control. And other than me like banning them as soon as they join, sometimes they like sneak in here, and once they kick people, other people can't join. So it's very unfortunate. So Kyle, I'm gonna put up the audio. Kyle, say hello. Kyle, say hello. Kyle, I can hear you. You're hello?
Hello.
Yeah, there we go.
Hello.
Okay,
Hello.
Sorry, there's like huge.
Hello through Discord.
There's like such delay on that. So, okay.
Oh man, can you hear me?
I think we can hear you okay. For people on YouTube, confirm if you can hear Kyle okay. And hey, Jamie's there. Okay, so we got 3 people technically because Kyle's coming in through Discord and stuff like that. So, and yeah, people are just asking in the live chat, like, can you make a new broadcast and make the link private? I can't do that without shutting down this broadcast. So obviously we want to keep like this broadcast in one broadcast. If people are still watching, the only way that you can join is by logging in with the different Gmail accounts. That's the only way that you can do this. So, okay, so Anne's here. Oh, hey, Anne. Anne joined. All right. Okay, so we just got like a little bit of feedback loop. Sorry, guys. I thank you guys for understanding the technical difficulties that we're dealing with right now. And do you have headphones?
I'm trying to find that.
Okay. Okay, no worries. I'll just switch it over to mute for a second. All right, so we're gonna get back into the swing of things here. Yeah, like there's a lot that we can talk about.
How do we create an account with Google?
I'd literally just go to gmail.com and like create a new account. So yeah, if anybody at this point, you know, if anybody in the live chat wants to join, please feel free to join, guys. We're just kind of repopulating the class right now. And
sorry, Brendon, I was talking to someone on my end.
No worries. See, this is where it gets very confusing. Yeah, sorry guys.
There's a really terrible delay with the audio, so I'm gonna try and get this done quick.
Okay, I'm gonna put my headphones back in so you're not coming in through the feed on the broadcast. Okay, you know, with a lot of these conscious movies, you get into this like this theme of like man playing God or man trying to become God. That's like an interesting theme that usually comes up, and this is where you can like get into the stories of you know, like Terminator. You get into the stories of sorry, my brain's like not totally working right now. Prometheus is like another interesting one where you get into like the creators of Jurassic Park. You can get into that whole idea of like, you know, this is what happens when like man kind of tries to challenge nature in its natural form. So like even in Jurassic Park, it was kind of like showing us as like a conscious theme to say like, hey, like maybe you shouldn't be working with like splicing animal genes and resurrecting dinosaurs into the present day and stuff like that. Sorry guys, I just want to be able to check back in with the so people in the live chat, if you guys want to feel free to join into the conversation, please feel free. Yeah, and again, if you guys are like watching and want to join, the only way you can join right now is by creating like a new Gmail account. So that would be one way. Yeah, so Andrew's talking about Gods of Egypt. That was a movie that I did a conscious movie review on. Yeah, that movie was really cool. Like there's a lot of like awesome representation there of the concepts of like Ra and of the concepts of the gods, and just like the whole like mission of what like the side character was kind of all about in terms of being able to help the gods and being able to teach the gods of like how to like help, you know, be like more benevolent and open-hearted and stuff like that. And just kind of like showing the ancient world of kind of like the lost version of Atlantis that really reflected like this like advanced civilization of kind of like an Atlantean Mu era type thing, which I think was really cool. So I think we got I think literally Kyle is kind of joining. He's making a new Gmail account. So we'll see, guys. We'll take this broadcast until 1 a.m. And again, like this is all just practice. In the future, we'll be able to prevent trolls from coming in as best as I can by like kicking them in the moment that they join. There's not really much else I can do for that. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Another movie, I'm just kind of thinking like a list of movies. Dark City. Dark City was like a really cool movie. That was kind of like a prelude are very similar to the Matrix in a lot of ways. You get into this idea of like the reality that you're living in is kind of an illusion of what may be beyond it, kind of thing. So yeah, Doctor Strange was awesome. Pete's Dragon. I'm just kind of reading the conscious movie reviews I've done. Alice Through the Looking Glass, X-Men Apocalypse, Gods of Egypt, Star Wars, Pan. Mad Max was like something that I did a conscious movie review on. Like that was like all about kind of like the rise of the divine feminine in there through like the archetype of Charlize Theron and stuff. Interstellar was like this whole thing of like love being able to be an energy that can like travel across the universe and everything. Guardians of the Galaxy, Lucy was like all about Scarlett Johansson, who's been in a lot of other conscious movies of her like becoming able to activate like more of her brain and being able to have like these like sort of psychedelic senses and stuff. How to Train Your Dragon, Edge of Tomorrow, Man of Steel. Yeah, we can talk all about all this, but what I want to be able to do is even just to be able to invite Anne, who is in the chat, if Anne would like to join in on some of her thoughts of like what conscious movies have stood out to her, or what conscious themes have stood out to her, and anything that she wants to share. So Anne, welcome to Destiny class. It's good to have you here.
Thank you.
So, and when we were first going around, we were kind of giving like examples of like a couple movies with like consciousness shifting themes in them. What are some ones that have like stood out to you? If you want to go ahead, Anne, if you can hear. Okay.
I'm getting a lot of late feedback, so it's gonna take me
Are you watching
second.
the YouTube by chance? Is the YouTube still open?
I'm on Google Hangouts at the moment, but
And
it
there's
has
still a
like a
delay?
insane delay.
Okay,
so.
that's weird that the delay is still happening. Okay. Well, anyways, go ahead, Anne. And I think you heard what I
Yes,
asked before.
I am.
Okay. So this will just take a second for Anne's delay to catch up. And
Okay.
there we go.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to say that for me, the Matrix and Into the Wild and V for Vendetta, those are the three major ones that have really influenced me in an archetypal and definite major shift like sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you want to maybe talk about like what themes were in those movies that stood out to you?
Yeah, so they all have, what's interesting is they all have different themes. So
We're just go ahead. She's catching up on the delay, I think.
this is weird. This delay thing is super weird. Just give me a second. Like I'm having a moment like with the internet, right? Okay. So so V for Vendetta in particular, it was like I want to say like it influenced me in a sense of like appropriate rebellion. Rebellion in a sense that.
Sorry, Anne, are you sure you don't have the YouTube playing in the background? Because I can like hear you through your own stuff.
Okay. Hold on. Let me check.
Because that may just be why. Because sometimes that happens where like the YouTube.
Hold on. Let me check.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anne's figuring that out. She'll be back. The lesson here is to like keep trucking, keep on trucking. So like I said, guys, we'll go for like another hour and stuff. And this really is all just practice. And yeah, it's okay, guys. We'll manage. So Kyle, you're in here. Do you want to go ahead, test your microphone?
Woo! It's rolling. We're good.
There we go.
It's working.
Yo, man, welcome back.
Excellent, brother. Excellent.
Cool, man. So, dude, let's talk about Doctor Strange. I mean, you saw Doctor Strange. Like, what was your experience like watching that?
Doctor Strange was very, very
And
cool,
like
man.
and like
It was,
tell
it was
people
very,
like what, yeah, like you can tell people like what's in it. What are some of the themes that came out of it and stuff?
dude, it was like, what, it was like The Mummy and The Matrix and Star Wars all rolled into one movie. It was really crazy. But I really liked how they depicted the visualization of the magic, how when they were like opening portals and kind of creating these energy bars and using them as weapons, and then the thing with the relics, how the relics choose you. That was all so amazing. And it, you know, at first I was like, man, this is kind
Can you
of
just move
weird
your
because
mic a bit closer?
yeah, absolutely. At first I was like, this is kind of weird because you don't get a whole lot of backstory on Doctor Strange. So I guess that's something you'd have to like really pay attention to the comics to actually get like a hold of. But dude, so like you don't really get a whole lot of backstory on him, but when he gets into the whole process of becoming, you know, this powerful sorcerer character, then that actually, you know, becomes like the backstory. I guess it's not really about his story before that, you know, but it's definitely so amazing. It's man, I gotta like do something because they got this other audio playing back through the YouTube on this shit. Hold on, I gotta fix this real
Go ahead, go
quick.
ahead.
It's hard to talk when I'm like listening to myself.
Yeah, it's coming through. Oh man, temporal
Yeah, okay.
feedback loops.
Yeah, no, trying to like not have that be a thing. Okay, now Doctor Strange, dude. So when they're like creating these energy vortexes and these portals, they're opening up these, you know, like they have the sling ring and then does the thing and the portal just opens up. And it's really cool to see the process of him stepping into his power and like um, he's going through the process of learning the magic and learning how to do all these different things. You slowly see him overcome his skepticism and his disbelief because when he first shows up, you know, he's just very blatant and blunt, like we are made of matter and nothing else. And I save people from dying. And the ancient one, who is the supreme sorceress, she's you know, she like immediately like throws him into this crazy chaotic world of interdimensionality. And, like it just like is very blunt and explains it kind of perfectly. It's like, you know, this is only one universe of many. And then there's like, and she's like, some of them are benevolent and life-giving, and others are bent on like chaos and destruction and disorder, and how that's all part of the balance. You know, that just rolls. That's like, you know, his awakening is like all at once. It was like just gets this huge, intense wave from this all-powerful like sorceress lady, the ancient one. You know, and you don't really find out too much about it. I don't want to ruin it for everyone else who hasn't seen the movie. So I don't want to say too much about, you know, like some of the really good juicy parts that are like, oh no, you know, that's what's going on. But yeah, there's a lot of eye-opening things. A lot of the stuff that we cover and talk about it in the broadcast here, it's like it's all brought up. Like one of the first things and one of the bigger things is astral projection. That's a very reoccurring theme in the movie. They actually have this scene where Doctor Strange is like instructing someone else, you know, like how to perform an operation on him. You know, she's a doctor and she knows how to do it, but he's like talking to her through the astral plane. And then there's another guy who comes in the astral plane and starts to like fight him. They have to have like this battle in the astral world. Really, really intense, you know. That is a very big reoccurring thing in the movie, though, the astral plane. So I like how this movie definitely like brings light and focus into the world of magic and sorcery, and kind of like, you know, it permits people to go and like explore these things and explore their own power without having a fear of like dark, you know, like mystery shrouding kind of like this projection of evil that's been cast upon it for so long. You know, it's like no, that is reality. You're in like you're in authentic reality, and then you have to cross this boundary into non-conditional reality, and that's where things really start to become real, in a sense. Is crossing over the boundary into non-conditional reality, and cross that boundary, and it's, you know, that's like what Doctor Strange did when he went through the doors and was brought in, and she showed him all this crazy intense stuff. You know, that's what he did. And then you have to cross the.
There you go. Okay, cool. Nathan joined back again, so we'll be able to keep
All right,
going.
cool.
But yeah, yeah, like within Doctor Strange, again, like there's that movie, like I was hyping it up a lot before it even came out. And again, it was because like the Doctor Strange character within the Marvel universe, like the Marvel universe is the, you know, all the Marvel movies, you know, Iron Man, like Ant-Man, Avengers, they're super popular. So obviously a lot of people are going to go watch them. And so here we have like a character who is like all about the mystic arts, and the mystic arts are like all about this idea of like, you know, the metaphysics and the lucid dreaming and the astral projection, the idea that like, you know, you're more than your physical body. And so there's some such potent themes within that movie. And there's that really, really potent scene where she says to him, she says, you know, like, open your eye, like open your mind. And she like blasts him off into like this DMT like experience. So, I mean, people who watch this movie almost have like a simulated psychedelic experience that is very similar to something that can be experienced through, you know, like an actual like DMT experience or psychedelics or a lucid dreaming state. And yet within there's like one particular like axiom that kind of comes out of it, like a one particular message, and it's this whole idea that your thoughts create reality. And so we kind of see that within the dream space, or within like the multi-dimensional space. You see Doctor Strange like kind of like thinking all about hands and stuff, and then hands are kind of like engulfing him within his dream, and that's like a big theme within the movie, is like the whole thing with his hands and healing his hands and stuff. But yeah, like the whole idea of like thoughts creating reality, here we have it like within a mainstream movie, like blatantly right there. So without a doubt, like a lot of people are going to go see that movie and just even consciously or unconsciously have downloaded that information, which again continues a little bit later on, so that maybe when they hear about it in a different way, they're just like, oh, okay, you know, like as you think social you become, they'll be like, oh, okay, that's like, you know, that sounds familiar. That's not something entirely foreign to me. That's something that I've already been conditioned a bit into. And so maybe that's like a word in itself that is like worth sort of bringing into the conversation, is like how movies can sort of help condition. They can sort of help like set foundation. They can sort of help set framework for ways of thinking about, you know, reality and beyond and stuff like that. Yeah. So it was really cool. Okay. So we have Jeremy and we have Nathan back in. So if you guys want to just test your microphones, go ahead, and welcome back. And thanks for joining.
Yo.
Hey.
Yeah, it worked out. So I made a new count and it worked out.
Yeah, it's literally that's how we get around trolls, is by taking 5 minutes to make a new account. So I don't know.
Right. Keep flipping back and forth.
I'll keep my trigger finger ready.
You got it.
Yeah. Okay, so I just want to like let you guys sort of like, and pass it over to you. If you guys, you know, just practice, bounce around some ideas. We can talk about Westworld a little bit later. We can talk about Stranger Things, anything else. But yeah, what are anything that you guys have off the top of your head, or more movie examples?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
Nathan,
start it out.
Okay, and then Jeremy. Okay, go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah. Oh, you go for it. Yeah. When it comes to thoughts, and having that create your reality, I've come to this more of an understanding of it being a threefold aspect. Like thought is like the first form of creation, and that's only a thought at that point. When it comes to it manifesting in reality, there's two more steps. So it's you have to create the thought, which is knowledge, and then form, let's just say like a process, or like an intellectual, like, or not like intellect, more like a feeling of it. So your thoughts, and it translates into your feelings, or what you feel. Like your thoughts can make you feel sad or happy. It makes you want to cry. It makes you want to feel really, really like happy. And then like if you're really, really happy, if you feel really happy inside, you want to act about it. So it's your thoughts, your feelings, and then your actions that translate that into the physical reality. And I really have been like turned on to this information and it's so early in this journey of mine, and it's been really good because like it really translates on how like that's manifested reality right there. Your thoughts need to go through a few more steps, like a few more steps to actually create your reality. And so like that's the one thing that gets me. Some like I've gone through that mentality of watching, let's just say for a conscious media and conscious movie, it would be more, it wouldn't be like I'm thinking of The Secret, like the documentary or something like that, the movie The Secret. I don't know if you've ever heard of that one, or if anyone's heard of that one. I'm getting some nods. And for that one, I understand that people think like you can actually consciously like put your concentration on good thoughts and positivity, but it doesn't add in that those other two aspects that you have to feel it and then you have to do it, and you really have to go about doing that in that linear step. And so that's what I would really like advocate people really applying themselves and not really like either really sitting there and either like concentrating on that, but you can still put your thoughts in a good place and that really and choose your reactions. And I figure that one aspect of that movie is really good too, because what was it? The I saw it too. I saw it too. It was the movie you're just talking about, Doctor Strange. I saw it too right around the time you gave out your conscious movie review, and I saw it that next weekend, right, like literally when it came out. And it has that translation factor. You have to it's you can put a lot of intellectual mind stuff on it, like onto where you want to go with the creating portals, and then you have to really like put your all into it. Like you have to bring your third aspect of your heart, and then your actions are stepping through it, like you walk through it. That whole translates into like sacred geometry, like all the ancient texts really going back to like the threefold aspects, like I'm going to go on a tangent for a second here, for like threefold aspects of let's just say the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. When it comes down to it, that's your Father is your mind, your this the what has actually been erased is the Mother, or the Holy Spirit is your emotions, and then the actions is the Son, or the action oriented is a male aspect. Actually, action is a male aspect. It's obviously ingrained in everyone. I'm not really blatantly saying it's only males, but it's in everyone. Everyone has this aspect, but it's imbued in a male child. But it's your thoughts, feelings, and action imbued in a threefold triangle, and you can find this in any tradition. I'm going to say that as a blanket statement, but in any tradition, mystery tradition, mystery school, or even ancient texts of biblical times have that kind of aspect, and it's really portrayed in that kind of way when he was doing the sling rings in the movie. He was really putting his thoughts and putting himself back into that moment of wanting to step through the portal and get to where it needed to go, and he really took it really easily too. Like he got the hang of it pretty quickly. And like you're saying, like, oh, like people are being like already have that kind of mindset, like, oh, once I go see something like that, like, oh, your thoughts create your reality, and then I can apply myself, I can learn more, I can do my research. And I figured that was a really good aspect. And I have a lot more to say about what do you call it, Doctor Strange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, I don't mind taking a few moments here to talk more about Doctor Strange, because I think, like, again, like there was a lot in that movie. I'm still in the process of finishing up the conscious movie review for that, and it's like one of like the longest reviews that I have, because there's like so much to talk about. Yeah, and just like it's so cool, because I know some friends who have seen that movie and they're just like, wow, this movie is like watching my dreams on screen. And you get into the parts where they're like folding the reality in on themselves, and it's just like so hyperdelic and stuff. And another thing that's kind of cool within that movie is like also the symbolism. So again, you know, like the power of symbolism is such a ripe thing, and having it within movies, like, you know, that can go very far. And so there's one particular part within Doctor Strange where they're like kind of fighting on a platform, and yet on the platform you actually see that it has like the flower of life like on it blatantly. So like there's like this brief moment in the movie where you literally just see like the flower of life like on screen, like right there. So yeah, there's a lot there. And then like, yeah, kind of what you're saying, like the whole idea of him learning to use like the portal sling ring thing is what they call it. It was a lot of him like being taught that lesson of learning how to let go in order for like the process to unfold, kind of thing. So like that's like a big a big like spiritual lesson, a spiritual teaching in itself, like the process of being able to like let go of like our old perceptions, and letting go of trying to like just like attach ourselves to how we think it should happen, and focusing more on like how it feels in the moment, and then in the process like it allows it to like naturally just sort of move through. But yeah, we could talk a little bit more about Doctor Strange, and then from there we can bounce around into some other stuff. Nathan, was there more that you want to talk about Doctor Strange before we keep bouncing around a little bit more?
Yeah, if I had something, they kept mentioning natural law. You remember that part? I figured that is really coming into light. If you look up natural law, if you look up what that really says, I would say entirely to be the most deeply hidden ancient traditions known ever. So like a lot of times people have been hiding like what natural law is in a lot of ancient texts, and obviously the books that they've been reading, like opening up like manipulation of time, like things like opening up different dimensions. You can pretty much go in any direction with natural law, but they have these things called like the natural laws are imbued in these 7 principles, and it goes like it's kind of like if you've ever talked about this on one of your shows, like the emerald tablets of hermetic principles. It's pretty much what they are. It's the natural laws of the universe is really what imbues us to really create our reality around us in a really good way. And once we really master those natural laws, I figure is what he's getting into. And some people call it like karma, like the cause and effect. Like it's been called different things in a long time, in the past for a very long time. And for me, just getting on this knowledge, like I would say I just discovered what natural law is, and I'm starting to get more into like activism and shiftivism, as you guys call it. And it's very, very like dense, heady material that I'm like drinking in. It's like a very, very interesting movie. And when to think about it like this, like I know it's all around me. Like the movies that we watch, the actions we take, the people we talk to, it's there. Natural laws around us. And that's what they're getting at. Like karma is there. Like things you do now will set seeds in the future.
Yeah, definitely. And it is like I think that's the big thing is kind of, as artists, we really have to look at like how we're using art to help change the world, and to use art to like get those ideas planted for the future. And so kind of like, we can still talk about Doctor Strange, but just bringing in some more ideas here. Another ripe example is like V for Vendetta, which was mentioned earlier. And so, I mean, that movie as an example is just like really, really huge in terms of like how a movie can make an impact on culture. And so out of V for Vendetta, like you get this whole like like November 5th Guy Fawkes Day, everyone going around and like wearing the V for Vendetta mask, and it became like a sign of like social protest and also for building conscious community. It was like a real thing. It still is a real thing, and that was like because of the movie, because of the story. So again, like sometimes movies will give us the permission to enact parts of ourselves that prior to then might have been dormant. And those parts can be really big, and they can be like very personal. They can be like very social. They can be very individual. And there can be the parts of us that are kind of like that hero, again, like that inspirational aspect of us to go out there to help change the world. And so, I mean, again, like with V for Vendetta, like it after that movie, you kind of had this whole wave of like Occupy Wall Street, and again, just like continuing into the November 5th stuff. Yeah, I feel that it's one of those things where it's just like, if that movie didn't exist, how much of those would have happened? But it's just like, well, it's kind of hard to sort of play the game where to say like, what if that movie never existed? Because it does, and here it is. It's part of the timeline. It's part of like the essential story. So yeah, like that's just like another example of one ways of like how movie can make a difference within culture and stuff. And again, and I feel like the new Rogue movie, Rogue One, is going to be a very interesting synchronicity between like it reflecting what we as culture are kind of going through, which again kind of gets back into this bigger idea is that yes, there's individual people working on these movies, but sometimes you get into these ideas that like this is like consciousness doing what it can to help wake itself up. And I'll just say this and I'll pass it over to Kyle. You know, one of the one of the ideas is that like the Hollywood, this the you know the place where movies come out of. This is kind of just like a little like Easter egg almost, but like Hollywood can be thought of as the Hollywood wand. The Hollywood is the type of tree, and it is a type of tree that were commonly used for making magic wands out of. So it's, you can consider it synchronicity, coinciding incidences, but it's very interesting that movies come out of Hollywood. And so you can think of Hollywood movies as being like the spell casting, like the wand being casted into culture, into like the, you know, like the unfolding story. So it's really, really neat to sort of think about it in that way. And again, to see the movie, the silver screen, literally as a mirror for us to be able to see ourselves. But yeah, did anything anybody wants to jump in on? Kyle, do you want to jump in on that? I saw you unmute your microphone. Or
Hell yeah, brother. I was actually gonna make a note to Ghost in the Shell. I was gonna also ask her, aren't they making like a real life or live action Ghost in the Shell?
sorry, what's that? Say that again.
Ghost in the Shell.
Ghost in the Shell.
Conscious themes in that movie too. For those
Yeah.
sets of movies, which is also a series. There's a lot of animes that have like some really solid conscious themes in it, I think. But what movies were you just talking about again? I'm sorry. That just slipped my mind.
Well, we were talking about V for Vendetta there.
Oh, yeah. That caused a huge uprising. And then, you know, out of the woodworks, here comes thousands and millions and just like billions more anonymous characters. You know, that was a thing that was going on previous to that event, but, you know, this occurred and there was a massive inflation. And it just really broke people out of the, you know, it's like a rise to action, or a call to action. You know, and then some people say, oh, they're just doing it just because. But it's like, no, really, like, they're doing it because there's a reason to do it. And that movie influenced people to do it. You know, there might be people higher up in the chain, you know, that, oh, you know, they're just doing it because all this bullshit. Like, you know what? Like, you're the 1% on the other end, and this is what happens to the 99% that have to get the, you know, this shit under the stick all the time, and people realize that after they saw it. It's supposed to be this cool. Also, some of the wow, what was it like? The Day After Tomorrow. That was a huge thing, and like obviously conscious movie when it came out. That was a movie about the ecosystem, global warming. I think was the big thing. Global warming was that was The Day After Tomorrow. Then they had that 2012 movie where you know, like the world was going to end, and they had these big spaceships, and all the rich people were gonna fly away in the spaceships.
They weren't spaceships; they were boats.
Yeah. Oh yeah, boats or something.
Or something.
Oh, what was it? The movie Elysium. Also, the movie Elysium. Have you ever seen that?
Watched that not too long ago, actually. Yeah,
it's a really good movie.
Yeah. So, sorry, Kyle, not to cut you off. Yeah, with a lot of the movies, it's really interesting because it will sometimes show to us what's hidden in plain sight. It will help us see the story that we are living in relation to like ourselves in our culture, ourselves in government, ourselves in like the oppression that we may be living under, but may not really fully be aware that we're living under. Another example of like a conscious movie that kind of does this is the movie called They Live, which is John Carpenter, I believe. And so, I mean, like that movie was like all about like this like guy who had these special glasses. And when he did, he could like see the signs in the media for what they really were. He could like sort of see them as like obey and brainwashing and consume kind of thing. And so within there's also this whole idea that like the people who are disguising themselves as humans were actually aliens, and that gets into this whole idea of like the whole like kind of reptilian undertone and the reptilian theme within culture, which we'll save for a whole nother Destiny School. But yeah, like it is really cool because again, I think V for Vendetta was a great movie that gave people a talking point to be able to be like, hey, that's very realistic, like that's very parallel to what the world is starting to look like, and if we don't do something about it, then it's just going to continue to get worse, kind of thing. So yeah, it's amazing how again how movies can make a difference in this world, and again, like that's where, like, as the filmmakers, obviously some of them are doing it to be able to make money, to be able to continue to afford to make more movies, but I'd like to think that there's a lot of filmmakers out there who are intentionally making movies to really, again, spark the spirit, to help people see something, to help them like gain a bigger pitch, a bigger perception, to help expand their minds in a lot of ways. There's a couple movies here I'm just kind of like reading. If you like look up online, you can just run a search on like consciousness shifting movies or consciousness expanding movies. Some of the ones that they got listed here are A Beautiful Mind, K-Pax, which is like an alien movie with Kevin Spacey in it. Inception, which is what we talked about. Melancholia, which is a movie that I've yet to watch, and it's about like the end of the world and stuff like that. Peaceful Warrior, which is based on the book, and that's really spiritual. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind has a lot to do with like consciousness and stuff. There's a few other here, but yeah, like any of the movies related with like artificial intelligence and kind of like Ghost in the Shell, what Kyle was talking about, those movies are always fascinating because again, it brings us into the conversations that they represent. So in that case, it's just like, what is the origin of consciousness? And even that's where you can look at the movie like the show Westworld, which is like a new show that I recommend people go watch, and it's like a lot to do with like this theme, this quote unquote theme park that uses like these robots, but the robots are like very human like, and they're developing their own sentience and they're developing their own consciousness. And it sort of brings us into this own question of like, hey, like, are we biological robots? Like, where does our free will exist, kind of thing. So whereas movies don't always necessarily provide the answers, what they can do is often encourage people to keep asking questions and to keep exploring further. And I think that's where movies like Doctor Strange and stuff like that and Inception have done that. They're encourage people to like continue to look further. But yeah, let's keep passing the talk and stick around, guys. Feel free to jump in and even feel free to mention any other movies or any particular themes that maybe we haven't gotten to as well. So if anybody wants to unmute themselves, please feel free, and we'll wrap up this broadcast maybe about a half hour, give or take. So if anybody wants to, Nathan, did you have anything you want to add in? I know you were talking about stuff earlier.
Yeah, I can go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, by all means.
All right. Yeah. You were bringing up They Live, and I really enjoyed that movie just because of how perfectly it portrays such a movie. And I just had to hand it to you guys. Like, I didn't realize that you guys were talking such like heavy material that I thought you were, but this is like some material that I've just been like I hear in the chat, like the live stream, like Freemasonry, occult knowledge, like things like reptilians. And when you're bringing up that on our last broadcast, you bring up Freemasonry at one point. I'm not really sure what it was on, but with talking points with They Live, I would say it's a very good allegory. And there is a sort of like a thing going around with like reptilians and stuff like that on the internet, but I figure you can actually portray that as what's going on in the real sense of psychopathy, and that's like you can think of the reptilians as or the people that you can see with their glasses on as psychopaths in a sense. Like I would say that psychopathy is a bigger problem than we think, and that we have to realize that they're pretty. I'm learning about it too, but like it's also a skill to figure that out. But it's a whole new thing that I'm currently today just actually discovering for myself. It's like more of a problem than we think. But like it's like you can go ahead and think about that movie a lot. But I really enjoyed how you gotta like one scene that I can bring up actually is when he's the main character, I'm not sure what his name is, was trying to have the other guy, the other male character, have to put the glasses on that guy, and he had to beat him up for like what seemed like 5 minutes of the video of the movie. And you can say that as the allegory goes, is that you really have to beat the truth into someone to really have them see the system as it is. And so like you can metaphorically put the truth on, or as truth as you would see it to be, and you would have to go about really putting in a lot of effort for someone who's resisting the truth. And like some people want it to stay the same, some people, as Morpheus said in the Matrix, that they want to stay plugged in and they want to fight to it, defend the system as it is. And as activists and as shiftivists, we have that obligation to do so, is to really present the truth to people as it is. And I know it can be hard, and I really enjoy bringing people around what is so true. Like honestly, to say like I did that today. I'm so happy that people were turned on, like in my work, were finally turned on to say, okay, I'm gonna go now and start listening to what you're listening to. And I told them about like consciousness stuff, like what we call it, like natural law I was talking about before, and really about your thoughts, feelings, and actions, and where I got this information. There's also people like David Icke. I don't know if I've ever mentioned him before. Things like he's amazing. That was like one of the first people I met. I started listening to on YouTube, and going further, just like spirit science and metaphysics, and just continuing on down the list. You can go for it from They Live is an allegory as those glasses, is digressing back to the movies part, is that's the aspect of what we really need to do, like as activists. That's why I'm speaking as action oriented as possible. So I really like that one scene in the movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting to think about like even like the consciousness shifting themes like within like older movies and stuff. There's like even I'm trying to think. I mean, just like movies from like previous eras, and or even just focusing back in on the Matrix, which I guess is like from a long time ago now.
You could do the Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Like, how would you?
Well, here there's this great analogy about. Someone did a consciousness movie review of it. If you look it up, just like you do Wizard of Oz in the search, you'll find a guy named Mark Passio. This guy is amazing. And if you watch that, it's amazing how far he goes into this occult knowledge and the like what he thinks about the book, and then what he thinks about the real thing. It's really the visual allegory on the silver screen, as it so to speak, and that also goes into alchemy too. So like I haven't really like imbibed that information yet, but I just know that is teeming with allegory and symbolism in the entire movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like like there's a small one, or here like the big one is like you could say the very end of the movie, the wizard,
right,
is a kind of like a charlatan, is like a false deity or someone like that, and to watch out like on the road on the yellow brick road, which is like the spiritual path, to watch out for people like that, and to make sure that you have it within yourself to really take action, to have discernment or something like that. Like that's ways you can interpret it in many different ways, I figure.
Totally. Yeah. And again, like even just like the themes of each one of them kind of like stepping into like their elements of like, the heart of the lion and everything like that, and the brain of the scarecrow. Or no, it was the courage of the lion, then like the heart of the man and stuff. You get into like these themes there and everything. But yeah, you're right. There's a lot of really, really interesting symbolism there. That started getting me thinking about like Never Ending Story as well. And there was like because that's a book, that the story itself the movie itself is based on a book. And I saw one guy, and again, like he did like a breakdown of it, and like unfortunately I can't really repeat it, but there was like so much to that movie that is just like really, really like ancient, like esoteric, like perceptions of the world, and then sort of turned into a story. And then this guy like turned the story into a movie and everything. But yeah, like, and like within this broadcast, we may not necessarily be able to give like all of the details on every single conscious themes within movies, but at the very least, just encouraging people to go back and look at them and to start like seeing the symbolism in them and what it is that they're like kind of pointing towards. One thing that I
Yeah,
did
I
just
agree. I agree. No, I was saying that I wanted
totally
to.
go.
I had this thought, like, to really get, you had a list, and I really would enjoy that list. You're saying just Google it, or just search up on any search engine, really, and that in itself is a good practice. And I like how you were saying, yeah, it's a practice, and to really to go back into history, like you're wanting to, like, how did our collective consciousness as as people get to where we are from the movies before us, and the times that we're thinking, like from from Inception, from Dream Worlds to things like that, get us to where we're gonna be. It's like that's like a foreshadow.
Yeah, yeah, exactly right. So like look at the movies now and like what are they kind of like moving us into and stuff like that. Yeah, how are they foreshadowing? So again, you know, like Rogue One is like teaching us about like, you know, like standing up against like the oppression of an empire. Doctor Strange is like teaching us how to like activate like the internal magician within. And then again, you know, like the Moana movie, like there's some very ripe movies right now that are out in theaters, and the Moana movie is like teaching you about like finding your identity and going out there and voyaging and connecting with the mother goddess and returning the heart into the world. And another, when I was actually watching Moana last night, there's a trailer for the new movie coming out, which is Beauty and the Beast, which is the live action version of the classic story. But again, like what's really interesting is that where I think what they're going with this one is they're really expanding on the character of the beast. And whereas before he was just kind of like this, you know, he was a prince and he got turned into a beast and he was kind of misunderstood, but he was still like a soft soul on the inside. I think what we're going to see more within this movie is kind of like him sharing a little bit of like the wisdom that he carries in terms of being able to understand like how this reality works and the magic that is within it, and then passing that on to Belle. And my intuition behind this is because within the movie trailer, and you guys can go watch this trailer online for Beauty and the Beast, there's like the beast says, he says like, first you like must like see it in your mind's eye and then feel it in your heart. Like they literally say that within the movie. So again, you know, like it's really interesting to see that as a Disney movie, and to acknowledge that perhaps the people working on these films are intentionally trying to get like these themes out there, knowing that yes, like people who watch these movies it's gonna leave an impression on them. They're gonna like look to the people in the movies as like role models, especially with you know, it's Emma Watson who's playing Belle. A lot of young women would look up to her as like, you know, like a role model, and even this whole thing, just kind of stepping back, when you get into the idea of like Hollywood stars, when you think about it, it's like it's such an archetypal thing where we have like the people who are portraying the stars. It's almost like the constellations in that sense, and they're reflecting like certain aspects of ourselves. And so it's really, really cool, just to sort of like get into some of like the terminology that we see again like within Hollywood, and why do we call them stars to begin with. And it's because like through us observing the stars, we like see the stories of ourselves, both of our ancestors and like our future ancestors as well. But yeah, keep an eye open for Beauty and the Beast. That's going to be another one. I'm just kind of looking up on like future movies coming out for 2017. Some of the ones that stand out to me, again, Beauty and the Beast. There's going to be King Arthur, Legend of the Sword, which is going to be a big movie about like stepping into, you know, the duty of the king and the prince, and even the Round Table mythology and the Merlin stuff. Sorry, my voice is going to pass it off in a second. And then Power Rangers. Power Rangers is coming out too. So passing the talking stick around. Somebody else go ahead. They want to. Excuse me, guys. I lost my voice.
Woo, it's all
Go
good.
ahead.
Power Rangers is pretty cool stuff, man. I don't really remember a whole lot because I was like a kid, you know. Like, so there isn't like a whole lot of Power Rangers that I can readily available to. That's readily available to my, you know, memory cache. Try to keep it on Power Rangers theme stuff. So, you know,
Well, within the
putting
Power
on
Rangers,
your
hold on, like,
suit of armor.
yeah, the Power Rangers is going to be like some really probably like new themes within the movie. That's going to be a lot more like interstellar, kind of like opening up into like the idea of their suits being like ancient technology kind of thing.
Oh shit! That's really
So
cool.
yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool. And again, it's like activating the hero within sort of thing. So it's like we are like the Power Rangers. It's sort of like us like activating into our real world superhero abilities as well. One way as I like to see it. I'm a mess right now.
Did you guys talk on the Matrix?
The Matrix.
I do want to get back into the Matrix. Yeah, let's totally let's do that because again, like Nathan was kind of talking about it, and we were kind of talking about again like movies as being like blueprints for how to help change the world. So if that's the case, like look at the Matrix. Like what was it trying to do?
Yeah,
So it's
Matrix
like,
was a big one for me.
yeah. So it's like showing us that like okay, you're in a system, and there's like people that are kind of like controlling it, and you don't even know that you're being controlled, and you're asleep. And even what Nathan was saying, the idea that some people will like fight to stay asleep. I think that's kind of what we see, and we get into this idea of like trying to we become the one, we become the Neo, and then through like our own connection with the Matrix, we like awaken to our potential, and then we help. Like our mission is to like help awaken other people within the Matrix to their internal Neo process. And again, that movie was all like Gnostic Ipsum as well. But yeah, let's talk about the Matrix, guys. What was the Matrix to you, even when you like saw it when you were younger, and maybe how it evolved and stuff? And
Well, the first
Michael, go ahead. Yeah.
well, the first time I saw it,
Yeah, you're
I
good.
was like, you know, people said like, you're not gonna understand this movie, and I was like, you're right, I didn't understand it. You know, the first time I saw it, but I was always like, there's something about that movie that's like, you know, I liked it. But they're like, you're gonna have to watch this a couple times until you like understand it. And then it wasn't until like years later that I was like, wait a minute, like this movie is like prophetical, if that's a word, you know. I mean, it was like it was totally, and there's so many things that I think is, of course, you know, they're talking about a computer program, but I mean, there's so many things. Even Neo, of course, you know, I think that's an anagram for one, but also Neo could be like looked at as the neocortex. You know, you have, you know, different parts of your brain. Some parts are more, I guess, if you could say, reptilian like. The neocortex is the more human, like one of the most advanced parts of the brain. And I thought that was really interesting that they called them Neo, and there's such a thing as a neocortex. And everything there, they just seem to be, I mean, very about, you know, the next level kind of stuff in the Matrix. And you see that a lot. You know, usually that's the direction of science fiction, but I mean, it really comes to life in that movie. They touch on so many themes. So, yeah. And then, of course, the Trinity, Morpheus. That means, well, that's actually a name, I think, for a Greek.
Yeah, Morpheus is like the thresholder, is like the guardian of the threshold within the dreams and stuff like that. So yeah, it gets into the whole like dream analogy, loose stuff. Michael, if there's anything more, go ahead, and then Nathan's going to jump in, I think.
Well, yeah. Of course, you know, the lady's name was Trinity. You know, and the first thing you see in the movie, I mean, that's really like, I think where I learned that you should decode some movies. You know, there was really one, and it's like they wanted you to decode it because it's like in the beginning is like follow the white rabbit, and you know, is that guy talking about like, you know, I forgot what it says. Like, you ever have that feeling like sometimes like you can't tell when you're dreaming or you're awake? It's like the guy's like, yeah, it's called mescaline. It's the only way to fly. I was like, you know, but really, like, you know, he follows the girl with the tattoo with the white rabbit, and then, you know, and then right when he meets Morpheus, it's like, I bet you feel a little bit like Alice tumbling down the rabbit hole. So I mean, it was just really well done the way the way it was done. And then of course, you know, Agent Smith, you know, You guys are going, Mr. Anderson, that guy is kind of representing, what in the Gnostics they call like the demiurge, which kind of keeps human beings in this kind of box, this kind of robot kind of like mode, and it's really interesting. And you touched on They Live. I think that was actually the Matrix before the Matrix.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah. No, here, let me I'll take it from here.
Because they were actually shot in the same place.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Go figure.
Yeah,
like
go figure.
if you see in the beginning of the movie, if you see where Trinity is like jumping through that place with the telephone,
That's on a soundstage somewhere, but like
that's the same place.
The same place. I remember hearing about that.
Yeah.
That's so synchronistic. Go figure. Yeah. There's one thing I want to talk about with the Matrix related to the agents, but I'll mention that after. Nathan, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I totally agree of how many aspects, like Michael was saying, how many aspects are really, you really need to go down and watch it a few times just to really get it, and then watch it one more time. No. The cool thing is that in my time, like my dad was so into this movie. He even told me how he first saw it in theaters when it came out in '99. When he got in there, like it was the very first scene of where Trinity was just hung up the phone, and this was imbued in me where the police are saying just like, put your hands on your head, do it now, and then you can think of that's forever in me. I can hear my dad saying it, but that point is like you can metaphorically speak or allegorically say that there is an attack on the feminine aspects of consciousness. There's like the system is pointing into guns at the feminine, and then the feminine has to move, has to get out of the way with its creativity, and definitely beats up the bad guys in one of the first scenes. Then translating it into like how it affected me was like, after I saw that first movie, I knew when the second one came out, I even asked my dad, hey, I'm going to go see this movie with my friends on the block. And we went and saw the movie, and it was still like, I knew there was something like in there, like in that movie. And then second one, Matrix Reloaded, you see Neo like with the view that he gets of the Matrix, he can see it for what it is. And that actually is the allegory that Michael was also saying. You can say it's translating the glasses to Neo's vision. Again too, it's a good analogy actually. But when the scene where he sees the guy sitting down and meditating is also something to say like, oh, like what's the guy doing? He's meditating. I wonder why he's glowing. They never explain that in the movie, like why he's glowing like that. But like you can tell that like there's something about meditation that really holds true to it. And I want to look up the directors. The Wachowski brothers is what it is. They have done a lot of different movies that have had real impacts on collective consciousness.
Yeah, we mentioned them a little bit earlier. The Wachowski siblings, who also did like Cloud Atlas, and they also did Jupiter Ascending.
Okay, I missed that.
Yeah, Jupiter Ascending wasn't one that we mentioned yet within the broadcast, but there's some like big conscious themes within that movie, kind of opening up to like the bigger like interstellar cosmic universe, and the idea that there are like humanoid beings that exist in other parts of the galaxy, and even introduce like the concept of the grays kind of like hidden in plain sight in a lot of things.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, we're like I said, we're gonna get close to wrapping up this broadcast. Part of the reason is like my like voice is like getting all messed up. I can't talk properly anymore. One thing I was gonna say though, so within the Matrix, some of the things that really stood out to me is obviously like the iconic scene with the boy who, like, when he goes to see the Oracle. I mean, first you get into this whole like thing of like, you know, sort of destiny and fate and free will and everything with the Oracle, but you also get into this whole part of like the young boy who has like the spoon, and he says, you know, it is not the spoon that bends, it is only your mind. So within this Matrix, within this computer version of the world, it's like this place where, you know, your thoughts are able to bend the laws, to bend the rules. And so what we're doing is like we're kind of getting those parallels between that and what we are able to achieve within the dream space, and the dream space also teaching us what we're able to achieve within this space in terms of like the thoughts being, you know, the source point for like cause and effect within the dream space. And so like that is like such a potent idea, is that, you know, spoon bending is not just this thing within the Matrix. Like there actually is like a legitimate aspect to that reality that people can like look into and stuff. So I mean, that in itself is just like a really, really potent concept to be able to put in there. And what I wanted to say with the agents, it took like, and again, you know, when we were talking about the Matrix, you're right. A lot of us probably saw this movie when we were younger, and we probably had to see it a few times to really download what it was. Or at least let me just step back and take a moment here, because that goes into this idea of you know, I think of what David Lynch says in sort of a presentation where he's like, if you like watch a book, or if you read a book, or if you watch a movie with a golf ball size consciousness, then you'll have a golf ball size awareness of it. But if you watch a movie with a beach ball size consciousness, then you'll have a beach ball size consciousness of it, kind of thing. So again, that kind of makes sense, where, you know, we can observe that, where like we all saw that movie at one point and we were just like, whoa, like that was like almost like like I know that was something, but I don't fully know what that was. And it wasn't until we go back to and watch it later that we are able to download it. So it's interesting just in that point, and I'm kind of bouncing around here, to sort of think about the like movies maybe we watched when we were younger, to go back and watch them again and pick up on the conscious themes within them that we might have actually missed the first time we were watching it, even though we would have subconsciously downloaded it. Again, you know, go back and watch like Never Ending Story and stuff. But what I was going to say is like with the we could talk about Dune too, which David Lynch also directed. There's like Dune, the whole story of like Gorchowski's Dune, which is like a whole nother thing. It's very psychedelic. But what I was going to say with the agents within, you know, within the Matrix, to me, it took me a while to sort of see them in this way, but eventually I sort of saw them in a new light. And it was basically this idea that when you are trying to change the world, when you are like trying to like shift the paradigms, when you're trying to bring more light into this world, you are as much a part of like the unfolding system as the agents are themselves. And the agents are there not necessarily to try and literally stop you, even though that is what their narrative represents, but they are there to like help you grow stronger as well. The agents are kind of like the representation of the dirt that covers the seed. And so what you'll actually notice is that the agents are kind of like a code that will naturally appear when somebody starts shining too much light, kind of thing. And people can kind of talk about this within the reality of this context, because sometimes like I think about that, whereas like if you're going out and you're kind of like you're kind of like maybe doing free hugs or something like that, or you're just out there trying to change the world, and then you'll actually get, this is just one way of thinking about it, you'll get like the program of the agent showing up in different people, and they will be the people who would try and like tell you to like be like, no, like don't do that, that's stupid, like stop that, like you're gonna, you know, this isn't right, like you stop doing that, you know, the story's fine as it is, leave the narrative alone, stop trying to change it. You know, they're trying to like defend like this old paradigm, but that is like not even just the individual people, it's like this like pattern that kind of comes up through people and through elements within culture. So it's kind of interesting, because I've observed that when I'm like out there doing the stuff that I do, the shifty stuff that we all do, and I'll notice that within people, and I'll be like, oh, you know, like we got some agent code kind of like coming in here, and instead of just being like, oh, you know, like screw you buddy, stop trying to tell me what to do, you kind of acknowledge them as just like a part of like the system, part of like a cause and effect. They're almost like inevitably, the agent code is almost inevitably going to be there. But instead of just like seeing it as your enemy, you kind of acknowledge that that in itself is there to train you, to help you become more of like your progression into that fully conscious state of being. And again, like you look at like by the end of like the first Matrix, Neo is like flying around and everything, right? He's become like that awakened dreamer, that like lucid dreamer. And so like that is what we're doing. We're like waking up within this layer of consciousness. And again, you know, within all this conscious stuff, a big part of it just goes back to the idea that like this reality is not as cut and dry as it appears to be. You have more potential within this reality. Thoughts create this reality, and so it's like awakening up to that remembrance. And movies are kind of like gently walking us through that process. But yeah, that was what I was going to say about like the whole like the agents being kind of like a code within this Matrix as well. So Yeah. But the Matrix is like a huge inspiration. Even like the whole like concept of like hacking the Matrix and stuff. Obviously, I got a lot of inspiration out of that. But yeah, go ahead. If somebody else, feel free to jump in, guys, because I can't keep talking as much as I want to. Go ahead, Nathan. Did you want to jump? Yeah, go ahead.
Here I'll jump right back in. This is a really good talking point, and I would gladly love to talk to you more. But obviously you're still feeling it, because like I get the same thing. Like I get on these tangents so fast to where my mouth just can't portray it anymore. Like my brain goes so fast. So here I'll pick up on, let's see. You talk about agents, and it's really cool that you say that. Like you can think that agents are hiding in plain sight. It's like how they take form in certain people, and so that's how, like in the original, or in the way that the agents are created, he sticks his finger in and manipulates them through just well, I just kind of thought of this actually. He takes his fingers and puts them into his chest, and maybe that's connection or allegory to like manipulation of the heart or emotion in some way. Either appeal to emotion or appeal to flirting with someone in any which way, or just straight up ad hominem attacks really on the person. And that really is, again, like you said, a good allegory for spiritual development and for awakening the true shifter in the reality that we all speak. You're also saying that once we empower ourselves, and once we awaken to our true potential, we can truly fly, as the analogy was saying, as Neo starts flying around and seeing with real eyes of what the Matrix is. And to transition into the trilogy is like the Matrix Reloaded. He gets out of the Matrix in the very end of the movie, and he actually has real powers in like to face the machines. He said he actually takes his hand and he stops the machines from taking from coming in. And at the very end, this is like a spoiler alert if anyone's not seen it, but like the very end of the scene is where he passes out, and then he's on the stretcher on the bed in one of the ships, and then it translates to another survivor, they said, who had survived a giant like machine attack or something like that. And that's apparently like Agent Smith within the real world. And that really blew my mind. I recently watched the Matrix Reloaded recently with my family. It's kind of like a tradition now since I told you about that. But the cool part is that like translating that, I would say it's like it's closer than we think, and it's like right under our noses. Like it could be anyone. Like at the same time, keeping diligence, and really spreading that free hug love that really needs to be happen. Like even as dismal as it looks, like those people that are the agents need it more than we think. Like they need that love, and they need that like it's a good proactive action or solution to really show that person more love than anyone, because deep down inside that person is really hurting.
Totally. Yeah, man. Definitely. And like that's it's really cool when you get like movies kind of putting forth that message of like the power of love. And not to say that like the Matrix is immediately doing that, but there are a lot of other movies that do carry that, just like the power to like change the world through love. I'm trying to think, like even like get into like some of the fantasy movies. For some reason Pokemon did that. For some reason, Bridge to Terabithia just came into my mind, which was like a really heart expanding story.
There's the Dark Crystal.
Dark Crystal, that's a trippy movie. Yeah.
You get back into Fifth Element.
Fifth Element, yeah. I'm just kind of reading here because I got like a couple lists of other movies that we haven't mentioned yet. Kung Fu Panda, that is a great movie. Some really conscious themes within that movie. You got like the character of like the wise like elder turtle, who's kind of like a Yoda character, and he like totally drops some conscious gems. I can't like totally quote them off the top of my head, but I'll be honest. When I first saw that movie back in years ago, I actually like was with my friends and actually like it took some mushrooms before going to see that movie, and it was just like such a visceral experience. It was such like a potent experience. It felt like so right to be like in that moment, and it just like even in that moment I was just like, oh my god, like I can't believe they're saying this in a movie. This is so cool, right? Like getting it like right in front of kids and just like making it kind of like second nature and everything. But yeah, it's really cool to see like movies doing that to intentionally help young people invoke that like ability to become their inspired and their empowered self. Other movies that we haven't talked too much about, we mentioned The Fountain very briefly at the beginning. Cloud Atlas we haven't really talked about. We could talk a little bit about that. I Heart Huckabees. I'm just kind of listing these as examples if people want to like maybe take note of movies they haven't seen yet. I Heart Huckabees has a lot to do with like synchronicity and coincidences and stuff. Again, like Space Odyssey, Scanner Darkly, Star Wars, Fight Club, Hum with Robin Williams. That's a great
really
movie.
good one.
Super potent. That like again, it takes place all within the dream space, and like it's like through the multiple levels of like kind of heaven and hell. So much within that. Even Ghostbusters, getting into like the paranormal realm of things. Yeah, like some conscious movies can be like humorous and stuff too.
What's the one where like I'm not really sure what the title is or even what the premise is about, but it's like this one guy. It's like an angels and demons kind of movie where
Constantine. No,
I think that's it. Yeah, you're thinking right.
Yeah, okay.
Good hint. But it has potential. That just came to mind. It just my head. It just kind of popped in my head. It just
there are themes within that. Yeah. So, definitely.
Hercules.
Hercules. There you go. Yeah.
With like the Hydra and cut the head off, it keeps coming back.
iRobot, AI, the Stanley Kubrick.
That was a really like
and Spielberg movie.
It was a really odd movie. I mean, like
that. I wouldn't
at the end.
Yeah, at the end it's super crazy, right? Because it's like the AI in the future have become almost like these like aliens, what we almost think of as aliens, and they have like this like hive mind collective and stuff. Yeah, I remember writing.
But there was like nobody around, right?
Yeah, there are no humans left. There were just like the robot aliens and stuff. Yeah. Enter the Void. We briefly talked about that. Fantastic Planet. Fantastic Planet is this trippy animated movie. It's like a French movie. Oh my god, it's so weird. Like on this movie, like humans are like very small compared to like these aliens that are really big, and they kind of treat humans like little pets. But there's like all this whole part within the movie of like vibrations creating form and like crystals growing and stuff. It's so crazy. But again, like it's really, really, really interesting to think of like the inspiration. It's called Fantastic Planet. You can find it online. Yeah. Legend of Korra, the Avatar TV series. That's like a whole thing in itself too. I'm sure a lot of you guys have probably who have seen the Avatar series. They blatantly like explain like the chakras and stuff within that within the TV series. And then the Legend of Korra, it like blatantly gets into like the spirit realm side of things and like humans living alongside spirits, and it gets into this whole story of like the duality of like light and darkness and everything. Heidi is just mentioning in the chat, she is mentioning Paprika. Paprika is another good example. That's an anime movie that takes place like all within the dream space. So it's like, again, kind of Waking Life is another movie that we hadn't mentioned, but that's almost like goes without saying. That was like a huge inspiration for me for the Journey to Lucidity movies. But yeah, Paprika is a good one. Recommending people go see that. Yeah, there's so many. But yeah, Waking Life is like a beautiful movie that literally takes place in the dream space, and it's like a young man kind of like traveling through and talking to different dream characters and everything. Which again inspired me for what I wanted to create with Journey to Lucidity. And even just like, again, going back into the idea of like what are some of the what are some of the things that people try to accomplish within like movies and making movies within like the Journey to Lucidity movies, which, you know, for those of you unfamiliar, you can find those on my YouTube channel or just YouTube Journey to Lucidity. Like those movies, they're really interesting to make. And what is really interesting is that like sometimes I find that I am like a conduit for the movie like coming into fruition in a non-linear sense. So instead of me saying like, okay, this is exactly what the movie is going to be, rather it's more so me showing up as a conduit to be able to take part in the movie creating itself. And then like I'm kind of like this you know, this instrument in a way. And so one of the lessons when I was making the Journey to Lucidity movie, which again, like it takes place at a transformational festival, and it's like the story of like a dreamer going through the festival, and they're waking up to like their multidimensional reality. And it's also like about like my own story as well, which is like a whole thing in itself, is that like the story of Journey to Lucidity and my own story are like kind of interwoven at this point. But yeah, one thing that was interesting when making this movie that I feel sort of can be thought of as like something that can happen in other movies is that going into it, I kind of had this specific vision of what I kind of wanted to do. And yet within the first one specifically, there was this whole process of it not really going to plan, yet me learning how to let go. And then by the end of it, by the end of filming, I was like, oh no, like I don't think I got what I needed. This isn't going to work out. Yet by the end of like me getting to the editing process, I began to see it all come together. And I was kind of like, wow, you know, like if I had filmed it the way I originally thought I was going to, this movie wouldn't exist in the way it does now. So it's like kind of like this idea of when I'm making a movie, I almost have to envision that it's already made. I have to see that it's already like the future of it existing is already there. And then I'm kind of like catching up with that process, and I'm kind of like going with the flow and allowing it to unfold, and like being in the process of showing up at the right moment, especially given the theme that it, you know, it takes place at a transformational festival that's like ripe with synchronicities. It's a synchronicity playground. And with the Journey to Lucidity movies, like the first one is called The Planted Seed, and it's really about like the dreamer awakening within the dream. And then the second one is The Tree of Guardians, and that's more about the dreamer intentionally stepping into their role as a light guardian, as a guardian of the dream, as a guardian of love, as a guardian of virtue and everything. Warriors of Virtue, that's another great movie. Kangaroos and stuff. And then in the third one, it's called The Quest of Quests. So that's more about like finding our purpose, finding our objective. So it's like, okay, and so this is kind of like the story arc of like what I feel is happening for us as consciousness. It's like, okay, we've woken up within the dream. That's awesome. What do we do next? Okay, we like embody a role. We embody like an archetype, a guardian. Okay, that's awesome. Now what do we do next? We carry that role and we use it to like go on a mission and to accomplish an objective and to carry forth that which we are a guardian of. And then the fourth one, and this is like really getting ahead, and I'll just like mention this so that people can sort of have it in the back of their mind when it comes out, which won't be for a while. The fourth one has a lot to do with the divine marriage, and has a lot to do with like the male and female as well. So stay tuned to that. And then like, and the fifth one will kind of be a continuation on that. And the fifth movie is going to be filming this April at Lucidity Festival. It'll be the last one in the series because that's the last year that the festival is happening. After that, they're like concluding the festival. That was their plan. It was only like a 6-year festival plan. And so the Journey to Lucidity movie, the first one happened on the second year. So that's why there's 5 Journey to Lucidity movies. And they're again, the fourth one is already filmed. The fifth one will be filmed this April, thanks to awesome support from people such as you and Team Patreon and amazing things. So, but yeah, that whole process of just like being a conduit for consciousness to be able to like share a message with itself, I think is a really, really interesting idea. And I feel like that's what happens a lot within a lot of these movies where, again, you know, sometimes people are just like, there's like a part of a movie and, you know, they're making it and they're just kind of putting it together. And by the end of it, they're just like, wow, this is really cool. And they don't even really know what it was that they created because it was kind of like higher consciousness kind of coming through them. And yet sometimes you get people who are intentionally creating with specific intention, you know, people like James Cameron who are bringing forth these very, you know, like potent messages particularly. So again, you know, kind of moving close to wrapping this up, movies are such a powerful way to be able to deliver messages, and those messages, those ideas, like that's really what it is. You know, it's ideas. and an idea can change the world. Kind of going back into the V for Vendetta type thing, like, you know, that one idea can really just like spark a revolution. It can spark a revolution of consciousness as well. So that's why, you know, movies, media, TVs, they're not just there for entertainment. They can just be there for entertainment, but when they start to become something more, they start to become a tool to literally help accelerate the shift. And so that's a very exciting part. So and that's what's happening. And that's totally what's happening. It's pretty beautiful. So art echoes culture, and culture echoes art. So yeah, guys, I just want to keep passing it around. If you guys want to keep jumping in, we'll go for maybe like 15 more minutes, and then we'll wrap it up. If anybody wants
Thor.
to.
Thor was a good one.
Yeah. Anything in particular from Thor that stood out to you, Mike?
Well, of course, you know, there was the thing about the hammer, but also at first, Odin didn't want Thor to, didn't feel Thor was worthy of wielding the hammer. And so that was kind of one of the things that was really interesting, that Thor had to kind of earn, I guess you could say, that respect of Odin. And I mean, I think, you know, Thor was always the chosen one, but Thor had to be worthy in order to use his or be able to wield that hammer. And also, when you see in the Dark World, it was really interesting because there's like this thing, I forgot what it was called, but it's like this energy thing that they were trying to get, that had something, I forget what it did.
It was one of the soul gems kind of thing.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
concept,
it was something that was very, I mean, very valuable. And, you know, I mean, they kept looking at it through this movie. There was also something really interesting with Thor, because there is this quote. It says, like, it was like, you're really into science, and in my world, or your world accepts like things that are scientific, that are science. You're really into science.
Yeah, but you're getting like the science magic thing is what you're talking.
Yeah.
Like
It
your
was like,
science, or like our, yeah, like the what we have,
he was like, I come
our
from,
science is like something that you would think of as magic kind of thing.
yeah, he said,
Yeah.
I come from a place where like they're both
They're one
both
and the
the
same. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's also the showing of the Rainbow Bridge.
Yeah,
which is
Bifrost.
really interesting. Yeah.
We talked a little bit about that on the past broadcast, actually. Yeah, because that's like kind of like the the Viking sort of metaphor within their stories of kind of like that like trans-dimensional portal through the third eye that is activated, and something that like you cross through at the time of death. So like at death, you know, they had this whole idea of passing over the Rainbow Bridge, the Bifrost, and yet that is like not just like something in Asgard, but it's like an interdimensional concept that we're kind of seeing. So yeah, the worlds within Thor, I remember, were being very cool. Just like, again, you know, just sometimes within movies like that, they may not sort of be saying like, oh, hey, you know, like here's like a super conscious idea, but they're just saying like, here, like look at this world, look at like the scale of it, look at the vision of it. And sometimes like in the process of doing that, it's almost like reminding us of like higher dimensional realms or like ancient times. Again, you know, you look at like Thor and you're just like, whoa, you know, like that reminds me of like Atlantis or something like that, or Mu or Lemuria or something, which I think is pretty interesting. Yeah,
I think it's good that we have all these representations of different places that are in movies, because whether, you know, if you could say, will we move on or whatever, and you know, that's kind of like a thing, like you know, you need to have ideas to build worlds or whatever. I'm not really sure 100% what happens, but I just have an idea. And I think just with all these different ideas of different types of, like, within all these mythologies, with Greek mythology, with Norse mythologies, all these different ideas to represent, say, like places like a type of heaven, or a place where people can go, or as a place for, like, interstellar transportation, if you want to call it that. But yeah, like, basically, I think all these different ideas, like, as far as, like, Asgard, or or Mount Olympus, or all these different ideas, I think they're good because they help to, like, put that archetype out there of a heaven, and heaven could be looked at as an archetype. So
yeah, there's you made me think of another movie called Astral City. I don't know if anybody have heard of that. It's like a foreign movie, and I actually haven't seen it. I'm just familiar with it. But yeah, like, it literally takes place like in the astral city, like so, in the same way we have like culture and society, here it takes place kind of in like heaven, which is literally just like another level of dimension, which has like still like a culture to it. And so this is something which, again, it makes for a great movie, but it's not just something that's entirely complete fiction, so to speak. It's actually something, people talk about, be like, oh, like, I've had like a near-death experience, or I've had, like, able to like transfer memory from a previous higher dimensional existence, and they have these experiences of these higher dimensional astral realms. And with all best guess, it would make sense that there would be places like this in the infinite aspects of the universe and everything. So again, I think Astral City would be like another movie people might want to go check out as well.
Astral City.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Batman was a really good one.
Batman's got some really interesting themes in it,
especially like The Dark Knight Rises.
The Dark Knight, because it was all about like the soul of Gotham, and the infinite like battle between like the Joker and Batman, and both sort of creating the other. Cool.
Because there was this part when they were fighting Bane and Batman, and he was like, I wonder what would break first, your body or your spirit?
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah.
But cool. The thing is his spirit, like, I mean, no spoiler alerts. I think people have seen Batman by now, but
We'll pass it to KJ in a second. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, like, basically, it was his body was broken, his spine was broken, but I mean, he could still live. He's Batman. It's like his kundalini was broken. He had to like have that spirit to climb out of that hole, and when he climbed out of that hole, I guess you could look at that as like he rose. Yes, such a good, I mean, intense movie, but people are going, this is Gotham. This is Gotham. And, he missed the climb quite a few times. And every time he did, I mean, that just, jacked up his back even more. But he had that spirit, and he said, like, the only thing that's gonna like get you through this is not your body, but the spirit, to do this movie. Really good movie.
Definitely. Cool. Thanks, Mike. We'll pass it over to KJ. I know KJ wanted to jump in. KJ, welcome to the Hangout. If you'd like to join in, please feel free on the theme of conscious themes in movies and media. So KJ, if you're there, just unmute yourself when you get a second. Go ahead.
Hey guys.
There we go. Hey man, welcome.
No, I just wanted to say just one quick thing, which is like, it seems like all of these things that we talk about in the modern world, these movies, obviously the makers of the movies know exactly what they're doing. They have esoteric wisdom in their back pocket. They've read a couple books, you know, and so it's quite obvious. It's up to us to read those books as well, so that we can see what they're doing. And that just goes back to the whole wisdom thing, you know, to eternity. You know, it's like it's wisdom shared down through immortal time or eternal time through immortal soul, like knowledge to knowledge. And, you know, just thinking about, you guys were mentioning a couple of different things, but just even thinking about C.S. Lewis for a moment and Aslan, like a good quote from Lewis is, now, sir, said the bulldog in his business-like way, are you an animal, a vegetable, or a mineral? Reply, the magician's nephew. And it's like, he was just as much an esoteric person as anybody else. I mean, so I just want to say, like, you know, you said something about Rainbow Bridge a second ago. That's Tibetan Book of the Dead. I mean, let's just be very clear about traditions, right? And where things come from, you know, like the ancient Greeks, we have the Egyptians, we have, you know, Mayans, Aztecs, you know, like, you know, Norse mythology we were talking about a second ago, right? All of these, you know, Tessarians really big into the Druids and things like this, right? I mean, all that ancient wisdom. So anytime you see something modern that's going back to that sort of thing, just connect the dots, you know, just connect the dots. There's no, like, if I can put it this way, I'll just say that, you know, there's no new ideas. Like, even something that comes out of nothing comes out of something. Like, think of the difference between being invented and discovered. I mean, was electricity discovered or invented? I mean, was the potential always there? And that comes back down to the potentiality of the human race and mankind. And you know, again, sort of, Brendon, this is just listening to you and listening to all the things you've done. It's always inspiring, you know. So it's like, yeah, it's like you are both on your own journey and also awakening within the journey, you know, and that's a divine seeing, and it's a beautiful thing. But I'll just say this once again, like, always connect the dots to the ancient traditions, to the modern stuff, right? I mean, I don't know, like, nothing new has arrived. Light workers are not a new thing. Like, dude, they're just not new. They've been around. Like, look at let's talk about alchemy, right? Look at porphyry. Look at all the we talk about magic and science, and Michael brought up the Thor quote. You know, it's well known within alchemy that, and especially if you just look at it from a rational point of view, that what used to be like our science today was like the magic of yesterday. You know, it's like we didn't understand. Oh, it's like, oh, look at those people doing these things. But then we get a little understanding, but then we don't get understanding. And then you deal with things like E equals MC squared. You try to bring in, you know, Einstein and Newton. You know, they get people like, you know, Nassim Haramein that are doing unified field theory. So they're working on the physics level. And then you got like people running around with like geometric signs on their shirts and stuff with, you know, yelling out the flower of life. That was a joke to you, brother. But no, all kidding aside, you know, it's beautiful.
Yeah. And I like KJ, thank you. And I like even just focusing in on like the character of like Aslan, because I think like that, again, like what's really cool within movies is where you sort of like look at some of like the elder wisdom holder archetypes. So, you know, you get characters like Aslan, you get characters like Gandalf, you get characters like Yoda, you get characters like the Ancient One, you get characters like Morpheus. And that's like such a like a recurring thing, is that, again, you know, the story will be of like a journeyer or a young troop of journeyers, and then you always have like this like wisdom holder who's sort of passing on this knowledge knowledge and helping show them that, you know, the world that they once thought was true was maybe an illusion, or there's more to it. And then it helps unlock them to their abilities, and it helps them like step into their duty and their responsibility to help change the world. And if you look at a lot of the movies, a big part of them, you know, a lot of the popular ones are about like saving the day, quote unquote, or like, you know, just like being able to help change the world or save the world and stuff. And so I feel like, again, on that big grand scale, like that is like what we are like getting out of these movies, is that yes, they are fantastical journeys that are just enriching our imagination, but they are also constantly reminding us of like, hey, like this world is inviting you to take part. This world like is, you know, in need of your participation. And so like, will you answer the call? And so I think like these movies are kind of like prepping us to say like, yes, okay, I've watched enough Chronicles of Narnia to be like ready to do this. I want my own adventure. So the movies are saying like, here's an adventure, go live your own adventure. Because
it's our modern day, you know, sort of wisdom culture. It's like, it's what we have. And I mean, if you understand, C.S. Lewis was extremely influenced by Plato. Plato is extremely influenced by mystery schools in the Egyptians. I mean, you know, you just, you know, talk to anyone, Graham Hancock, Desarian, any of these people, right? They're always going to connect the dots back to things like Lemuria, right? Atlantis, you know, everyone always loves to quote Plato and Atlantis. It cracks me up. But it's like, if you actually just study Plato, you realize what C.S. Lewis is doing. So it's like, it's a great bridge for our modern culture into an ancient sort of wisdom and understanding. The same way that, you know, like the Eye of Ra, you know, walking around with the button of Eye of Ra is a great sort of portal to open people up to, you know, that sort of ancient wisdom as well, which is what's so beautiful about your buttons and t-shirts, etc., right? And so I would just say this, like, if you're gonna watch C.S. Lewis, if anybody, right, is going to watch C.S. Lewis, or anything wisdom oriented, like for example, Dr. Strange. I mean, Dr. Strange went to the Tibetan mountains. Hello. Went meditating in the Tibetan mountains with like llamas and stuff. That's not made up, right? I mean, it's called Tibetan Buddhism, you know? It's called Tibetan mountains. Yeah, they're over there. Get out of wherever you're at and go, why don't you do what he did? And then you might be able to appreciate that journey. So yeah, it's the movie that wakes you up to it. And then you go on that journey to the top of the Tibetan mountains, and then you come back here and you join the paradigm shift hangout, and you tell people about it. Simple, done deal. Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, and again, you know, kind of stepping back on like what I feel, I really hope, and not just hope, because hope sometimes implies doubt. I'm really honored to be able to be like taking part in a process to help encourage people to see the value in like the movies that we are seeing today, and to encourage you guys to like go look at them from that expanded perception, and to seek the consciousness shifting themes within them. Because sometimes you'll go through a movie and there might be like, you know, just like jokes and humor and color and stars and explosions, and then there might be just like one or two parts within the movie that just like boom, like drop like this little conscious gem, and you have to be like ready, like with your hands there to receive it, to sort of get it. And some people, you know, like the movie will like drop a conscious gem right in their lap, but it will like fall right through, kind of thing. But again, you know, with all this stuff happening, I feel, and this is kind of what I talked about before with the Doctor Strange stuff, I feel this calls us into a place where what we can do is that we can help be there to continue the conversations with people who are like getting more introduced to some of these themes as a result of these movies and everything. And then you use the conversations of these movies as ways to be able to help build the bridge between like higher conscious ideas and mainstream culture. And so, yeah, it's just like, it's a really fascinating process, and just this process of storytelling in general is like really like what moves us forward. Because like when you think about it, you know, what are we doing when we're storytelling? Like sometimes we're reflecting the past, but sometimes we're also like reflecting the future. And this is kind of like an interesting thing where you can get back into like the ancient days of like cavemen. And sometimes like cavemen, instead of going out there and like embarking on the hunt right away, Nathan, we'll pass it over to you in a second. Instead of like going out on a hunt and then just like trying to like hunt the buffalo or hunt the antelope or hunt whatever, hunt you're after, what they would actually do is that they would actually like draw on their cave wall them like succeeding in the hunt. It would be like them like catching the hunt and them like, like getting the meat and stuff like that. And so they would almost like subconsciously or ultra consciously create this narrative of them achieving this objective. And back then life was simpler, there wasn't too much else to do other than like survive, sleep, and hunt kind of thing. And so like that is kind of what I feel that we are doing, is that we are creating these stories that are kind of like us like putting ourselves into the future. It's like us like creating a giant spell that is like creating like a way for us to sort of like see what can and may happen kind of thing, whether it be like fully fictitious or not. Yeah, so it's just kind of interesting that like storytelling is this much more multi-dimensional thing than we realize, and it has a lot to do with us like extending our branches of creation from in the present moment like out into the future. So I really encourage people here to like practice getting into the storyteller within themselves, and to just like let that like evolve within however it can within your own reality. But short stories, movies, like making videos and stuff like that, there's a storyteller inside all of us, and I feel like in a lot of ways we're like, so many of us we're kind of telling this like common story, and it's such a powerful story, the story of us like awakening to our potential over and over again. And the only way that we can really allow this story to exist is by like going through the processes of us like forgetting our potential in the first place. So that's kind of like what I see happening, is that like movies are like stories within a bigger story of us like having forgotten yet coming into a remembrance, and the movies are there to do that. They're just like slowly, like, and this is a separate idea, but like like who's to say that aliens aren't like somewhat influencing the movies that we have, and not just aliens, like higher conscious entities and stuff like that, higher conscious intelligence, us as our own like non-linear guardian angels or whatever, just kind of like planting seeds. And like one day someone's just like, oh yeah, like go make a movie about that, and then they wake up one morning and they're like, I'm gonna make a movie about this, and then it turns out to be like some crazy consciousness shifting movie sort of thing.
Can I give you a key word, Brendon?
Sure, and then we're gonna pass it to Nathan, so go ahead.
Just allegory. What you're talking about is
Yeah.
allegory.
Yes. Yeah, very much so. Yeah. And like going back, do you want to just, how would you explain allegory? Like going back to almost like the Plato sort of.
Well, I mean, I think Plato is famous for it, but allegory is a story told in one set of terms with its higher meaning revealed in a different set of terms. It's different than a parable, because a parable is a story with a meaning, but the higher set of terms isn't revealed to the reader. So that's very much like Christianity is famous for parables. But allegory is a story that is told in one set of terms, but its higher meaning is revealed in a parallel set of terms. So, and it's given within the story. So within the story, the reader can find the terms and come to the higher level of what we might call consciousness, of what we might call spiritual awakening. But like you talk about this story within us, right? I mean, that story is the allegory. That's the allegory within us, within our spiritual development. It's like sort of what I call the dream master, coming back to source with dream master, and just sort of what some people term getting off the cycle of birth and death. You can call it nirvana. You can call it different things. In Platonic thought, it's called the one and the good, sometimes called the void, whatever. It's like, it's that allegory. And so you talk about these stories, you make these movies and everything, and you realize there's a movie being made within another movie that wasn't even being shown to you at the time. You kind of come to it. It's like, that's the watcher watching the watcher watching the watcher. And it's like, that is it, brother. It's like, so the key word is allegory.
Totally, man. That's awesome. Yeah. That I just wanted to say something real quick, and I'm going to pass it over to Nathan. This was something that I thought about earlier, but we just didn't fully get into the conversation of just like the parallels of looking at the North American modern day stories of superheroes and that whole thing, and kind of looking at that as like, you know, parallel to like Hindu religion, spirituality, and how like their stories of their gods were very much like their comic book heroes of the time, and so those heroes were representing like different aspects of the self, you know, like different virtues of like what is within each and every one of us, and so like it's really interesting to just like I wish I had the experience. I wish I could like sit and listen to some of like these stories of like the Hindu gods and everything, because they are ripe, like they are like Hollywood movies in just like their own ways and everything. Yeah, and there's like a movie I mentioned about it called League of Gods. It's like an Asian Chinese movie, and it's like this super, like it's a whole movie kind of takes place in the higher dimensional realms and stuff. Yeah, and it's like really crazy and everything. But yeah, just looking at how like the modern day superhero is like also another way for us to see like different archetypes within ourselves and stuff. But anyways, we're gonna get close to the end of the broadcast, but Nathan, go ahead. We'll pass over to you next.
Yeah, so just to wrap this up myself too, I really like how it all really does dwindle back down to ancient texts and allegory when it comes to people, and it brings up like back in the day, like you were talking about cave drawings, and it's the aspect of where did that creativity come from, the aspects of did real like media back then, there was no books at the time, like people didn't know how to write, or they only knew how to like depict things on cave drawings. There was no transportable text at the time, like way back when, like really far back, and so everything was word of mouth. Everything had to have been spoken and imbibed on the spot, and really like had to be remembered, and in some ways reminded by. So like the allegory of a pencil or of a leaf could be what this person said at this time, and so like that could be an example of an allegory back then, and it could be very like symbolism was invented along the lines to depicting that. Going on with that too, all of like going back even farther, like to think of how the creation was put onto that wall. Like you think how ancient guys and ancient men and women in caves thought of taking psilocybin mushrooms and had that aspect even depicted into the art of what's his name?
Alex Gray, Cameron Gray.
You're right. That's the guy. Alex Gray. He was on my wall. I was about to turn over. Yeah, Alex Gray. He depicts that very well in one of his very symbolic pictures of an ape holding a mycelium mushroom, and it depicts a further stories of saying creation of the creativity was birthed in such a way. I mean, I'm not saying that was the original way, but in such a way to birth like things like the silver screen, like all the way up to here. So like it's just like transmitting media through word of mouth, and then it translates into books, which is the ancient texts that we think of that are very, very skewed up until a point, but it's all there. It's you got to do a lot of work to dig it up and to do things like the Druids of Michael Tessarion, for example. David Icke, as I mentioned earlier in the podcast, broadcast, and people have this knowledge, and again, yes, it is nothing new. We do know this. It is out there, and we just have to find it. We have to have that urge, that hunger to really want to look for it, and within the movies, that is part of it. Like that's what people want to are being woken up to, is that there are more than meets the eye, and that's what I love your analogy, your pre-analogy of the depiction of going back to the Doctor Strange. Your pre-analogy was saying that this is going to wake some people up. This is going to wake some people up. And as I was watching the movie, I was remembering your video, and it really made me think like, yes, this has gotta do more. This has got to ring some bells. Like, at least if they're tiny, like they're still ringing their bells. And it goes to show that people are slowly waking up. And there's one last comment before I honestly have to go. It's really late for me. The one last comment would be is I think like this is either necessary for the powers that should not be, because their surface of control, like their levels of control, have gotten way out of hand. I believe like it's way out of hand, and things need to be, it's way off balance, and there's not enough people doing the work that we do, the great work that we do, and it's a sort of easing in this sort of information. And I figured that's either I watched a video somewhere on the net, like this like wellspring of, obviously this is so much information, you have to really understand it to and be at that consciousness level, like the golf ball analogy. But that, yeah, like I figured like that this is either consciousness waking itself up or another means. It's really what I'm saying. So I really enjoyed this talk, and I hope to do it again.
Awesome, man. Nathan, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate you helping us
Likewise.
create the chat here. So awesome, man. All right. And yeah, if you have to go, then we will definitely see you.
Yeah.
In the
Have
future.
a good night.
So, cheers.
Till next time.
Till next time. I do want to talk a little bit about like Star Wars and just kind of like a couple things that are just like super obvious that we almost like, I've talked about it from plenty of other things, so we just almost didn't talk about it here. So again, you know, like within Star Wars, like potent themes within that, you know, like the idea of like the Force being this interconnected, this way of describing an interconnection between all of us. And again, you know, like Yoda is like teaching us like one of the best lines in the whole Star Wars thing. And this is like even the video I did on my YouTube channel. If you haven't seen it, it's called The Secret Reason People Love Star Wars. But within it, I specifically talk about this, how like Yoda basically says, you know, like, you know, luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. So I mean, right there it gets into this idea of saying like the material world is like this illusion and stuff. So I mean, George Lucas, like he was very much into like spirituality, and he brought that through in the movies. And then what I was just going to say is kind of like the hidden aspect within the Star Wars is the whole idea of the Jedi and the Jed. For those of you just unfamiliar, like the Jedi isn't just a thing within Star Wars, but the D-Jedi, the Jed, are kind of like an ancient like group of like metaphysical soldiers from like back in the day, metaphysical warriors from back in the days of like ancient Egypt, who would like come into the world to be able to help like bring more light into it, to be able to help shift consciousness, shift paradigms. And that's where, you know, what we're talking about here within like what we're doing in the Paradigm Shift Project is like this kind of like resurgence of the modern day Jedi. And the modern day Jedi, like the word Jedi literally means like pillars of light. So I mean, you think about this as like how like this movie is just like there is you know, I like to think of Star Wars as like a documentary more than anything. You know, it's like a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, and it's just like, oh, it's a documentary then. But again, you know, it's kind of awakening us into the ability to like tap into that inner Jed, to tap into that inner Force, to be the pillars of light, you know, to hold our lightsabers, and in doing so to be able to help like, you know, like bring courage where there needs to be courage, stand up against oppression where there needs to be stand up, and to like be a guardian for love, for virtue, you know, like for like those who can't stand for themselves, and to do it out of love. KJ, go ahead. I know you want to jump in.
No, I just, but I see, I love what you're saying.
Yoda, thanks, man.
See, I love what you're saying, but you just forgot one tiny line.
Okay.
Which is the book that he based it off of. The book Lucas based it off of.
Which one was that?
Joseph Campbell, A Hero with a Thousand Faces.
Right. And we were talking about that, but yeah, definitely inspired by, because him and Joseph Campbell like hung out a lot. So
this is my point. He was into ancient mythology, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, you look at Star Wars, this is our sort of modern day mythology, but there's, you know, there's nothing modern about it. There's nothing modern about what George Lucas did. Nothing. It's an eternal age, time old story. Like you just said, boom, ancient Egypt, Jedi. Thanks, by the way. I didn't know that little fun fact.
Yeah, exactly right. Like it's just kind of one of those things that, you know, like here we have like kids like talking about being Jedi and stuff like that, and it's one of those things where, you know, you almost have to like hide the truth in fiction. And I feel like that's like what a lot of movies are doing. You know, that's what Doctor Strange is doing. You know, it's just like presenting all these like super rich, potent ideas, but it's just kind of like hidden within the context of like a fiction movie. But because sometimes, you know, that's like the consciousness sort of has like this self-defense mechanism where if it's told what to think, then sometimes it will like resist and it won't want to think that. Whereas if you just kind of like share a cool story with it and like encode a message into it, it gets the message across without the audience really even realizing like what it was that they were taking part in. So again, you know, like this is where you get the idea of like movies kind of being like hypnotizing in a way, though hypnotizing isn't really just like the simplest word to use. But yeah, it's like you download when you watch it. And then for some people, like they download it right into their heart. And then for some people, they download it into the back of their head, but it sits there. And then maybe like years later, it gets like activated again. And they're just like, oh yeah, like those movies, like they were something much, much more. So yeah, KJ, go ahead. Or
Just
KJ and
thinking
then
about,
Michael.
just thinking about Strange. Oh yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just gonna say there was one. Also, of course, that book, Joseph Campbell, but there was also a 9-minute movie from 1963 called 21-87. You can actually find it on YouTube. It's like a 9-minute movie.
Yes, go on.
And that is where he got the concept of. The funny thing is, it's like it's a very like religious kind of movie with a lot of religious themes. But this is where he got the Force idea from, and why he called it the Force. I found this very interesting because for a long time I was like, where did he get the Force from? You know, and so it's like, may the Force be with you. You know, so
yeah. What was the name of the movie again? Because I was like the movie he did before Star Wars. What was it called, Michael? The digits on it?
Oh, 21-87.
Yeah, and it's like kind of like this like futuristic movie. I haven't seen it, but I know of it.
You've heard of that before?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, like it's got some like really, really like sort of like, you know, versions of a futuristic society, and it's like almost kind of like reminiscent of what we're living in now in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, people say The Hidden Fortress, and I think that could be one of the movies that I think is like a Chinese martial arts movie, you know, that he was inspired by.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely, I mean, I'm looking at Wikipedia, but it says, 21-87, 1963.
Okay, so sorry, I was thinking. Okay, so that's not the movie that
Is it not
Lucas
Arthur
did.
Lipset?
Yeah. No, that's Arthur Lipset. But there's another movie that George Lucas did. I was just mistaken though. That he did before Star Wars. Let's see if I can find that IMDb real quick. But there's yeah, like I was just gonna say as I'm just pulling this up, there's some good like interviews that I've heard with George Lucas, like rare interviews, and he like really talks about like the importance of spirituality within, you know, a person's individual life. And he's just like, you know, like I think spirituality is like a really important thing. So I think he was like passionate about people being able to develop their own spirituality. And then I think like through Star Wars, he kind of did that. He kind of encoded a spiritual perception into the story through the Force, yet did it in a way that like wasn't really referred to as religion or as spiritual. So George Lucas like helped people connect with their own spirituality like in a very effective way, like when you think about it. So yeah, super cool.
I had to interrupt you at least once, right?
I'm just trying to see TX13. Yeah, that's what it is. THX1138, a movie in 1987 set in the 25th century. The story centers around a man and a woman who rebel against their rigidly controlled society. So this is a movie done by George Lucas before Star Wars, and again, it's called THX 1138. Yeah, if people are interested, I guess they could go check that out, because I feel like, again, like that movie is kind of like almost probably eerily parallel to a lot of like today's society in some ways. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Yeah, kind of like talking about like parallels between that and like Orwell and Huxley in a lot of ways. Um,
Oh, Huxley, just real quick.
The
Huxley,
Doors
yeah,
movie, that's another one.
the Doors movie, yeah, yeah.
Well,
Has anyone seen
okay.
that one?
Well,
Stanley,
yes,
yeah,
Doors of Perception. That's where Jim Morrison got it from. Aldous Huxley,
yes,
Doors of
yeah,
Perception, right? But then also,
Yeah.
just to link it back real quick to Doctor Strange, of course,
yes,
you know
Yeah.
that Stan Lee was sitting on the bus reading Doors of Perception by Aldous Huxley when they slammed into the side of it, right?
yeah,
And that's, again, that was all back to mescaline, right? And, Terrence McKenna, you just look at all spiritual systems. They always come back down to psychedelics. And we were talking earlier about, I think Nathan, I wanted to mention him, but he's gone now. But the Alex Gray poster with the ape eating the mushroom, that's Terrence McKenna's book, right? Food of the Gods. And that's that's at least Terrence McKenna's theory about how we developed the frontal lobe, and we sort of jumped millions of years of creativity and became this species that we are at the moment. But it's like Aldous Huxley, mescaline, the guy who created Doctor Strange, extremely influenced by mysticism and things like this. Lucas, extremely influenced by spirituality, mysticism, all this stuff, right? It's called connecting the dots. And what are we connecting the dots with? The mind. But here's the real question. What is the mind? And actually the higher question is, what is the self?
right, yeah, exactly, right. Like that's where like movies can like really start expanding into some interesting territories. Some of them, not all of them do that, but some of them do. I kind of think back to like The Fountain. The Fountain really does that, and even like Enter the Void, which we mentioned before. Both movies I would recommend go seeing. But I did just want to mention, KJ. Yeah, again, like, yeah, I can say from my own personal experience as like a filmmaker, as a quote unquote award-winning Canadian filmmaker, I have that title. What I intended to do, like when I made the Journey to Lucidity movies, and again, the Journey to Lucidity movies like aren't the first movie. Like there's another movie called 3 Days of Light, which is like kind of a separate like standalone movie of another festival, and then Journey to Lucidity is kind of like a whole nother take on. It was like that the 3 Days of Light almost like prepared me for Journey to Lucidity in a lot of ways. But what I was just gonna say is like when I'm making my art, whether it's like those movies or any of the other movies, for me, like a lot of that was inspired by like going back to my own, not just psychedelic experiences, but like my own connection with like my spirituality, and to be able to like say through my own experiences of like, whoa, like there is more to this reality. Like there's such richness, there's such magic in every moment. How can I help other people see that? And again, it's that way of like, instead of just like going up and shaking them and telling them that like, believe this or think this or, see that. Instead, it's just like, here, check out this art. And then like through that process, it invites them to start like thinking for themselves.
It's a dirty trick.
In ways that eventually. Well, it's like it's magic, it's alchemy, it's social alchemy.
I'm joking. It's
I
divinely
know
beautiful.
what you're saying, yeah, but it is like it's this kind of like roundabout way of how consciousness can kind of do things through the, and it's almost like it's almost like the when you get back to Inception, in the movie Inception, there's that whole idea that part of what they're trying to do is they're trying to like go into someone's mind to implant an idea, and then so they think that their idea was theirs. So it's kind of like I feel movies kind of do that, whether sometimes it's more like blatant or subconscious or ultra conscious, where they'll like plant a seed in someone's mind, and then years later they'll like have that idea awakened, but they won't realize that it was planted there, or they'll claim it as their own, which I think it is, you know, it does become their own as they embody it and stuff. But yeah, I'm just reflecting on, like, you know, what you're talking about with Aldous Huxley and the you know, the creation of Doctor Strange and the artists involved with that, Jack Kirby and stuff. You know, for me, like, yeah, like my experience with like DMT like totally inspired me to like keep like using art to change the world. And you don't need a DMT experience to do that. You know, you can see the magic in every moment, you know, just going out there. And again, it's kind of one of those things where it's like the world may look the same, but it's your perception of it that changes. And then in doing so, you might see things that were previously like hidden in plain sight, before, in that sense. So yeah, movies are helping show us what may be hidden in plain sight. And it's amazing, you know, like how many people kind of like go through kind of like with the blinders on. And so it's not until the movies are just like, here, like, you know, like you like look more at the picture, and in the process of doing so, you'll see more of yourself as well. So with that said, guys, we're gonna get close to wrapping up this broadcast. I'm just trying to think of like any other cool movies that we didn't really mention. We didn't really get too much into anime. I mentioned a little bit about Princess Mononoke. Yeah, Aladdin, like again, Disney talking about the djinn and the genie and stuff like that. Robin Williams as like the character of the genie. Robin Williams is another person who has had all of these interesting character archetypes. He has been Pan in Hook, the genie, What Dreams May Come. A lot of movies that he's been in have been sort of these movies that have had these conscious themes within them. So again, you get characters like him, you get the characters like Jim Carrey, you get characters even like Johnny Depp, you get characters like Ryan Reynolds, who have been in like various movies about like conscious themes.
Hook was a very, yeah, that was a big one. Hook.
Yeah, there's a lot of themes in that too.
There was like the kid was like one of the kids there was like, can you see the food? You know, and it's like the way that you created food in that world was with your mind. So that was really
yeah. Again, like the movies of Pan and stuff, when you go back and just like look at that as just like taking place in the dream space, it totally becomes different. And I think so many people like they're just like, oh, it's just this made up like fantasy land. It's a fantasy land, but it's just like, oh, it's a metaphor for the dream space. Yeah, like I did a conscious movie review on the new Pan movie, and I'm just like, yeah, I really love this movie, and so many people are just like, this movie is like incredibly retarded, but I'm just like, no, you're just, if you could just see it from a slightly different perspective, it would look completely different. So I think it's interesting how people can be like overly critical of movies. It's like a trending thing to hate a movie sometimes, and I noticed that with The Gods of Egypt. That's where like I was like one of the few people where I was like really adamant about like, you know, like, hey, this movie is like actually worth seeing and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm just trying to think of again, stuff that we didn't really get into, and I'm just going to cover it just as we move into the end of this. Even like cartoons and stuff, there's a lot of cartoon shows that like are kind of carrying conscious themes. Rick and Morty, there's a lot of stuff in Rick and Morty that has like multi-dimensional themes and stuff. Actually, the creator of Rick and Morty, he actually worked on Doctor Strange. So like when you get into the Doctor Strange, like the whole part of him like going through dimensions and stuff like that was like also worked on by the guy who worked on Rick and Morty and stuff. So that's actually just like a nice little tidbit, and I guarantee you that guy's probably like had experiences with psychedelics and stuff.
So I have one to add. I don't,
sure,
you guys,
sure.
I bet I'll bet $1 no one has mentioned it.
Oh yeah?
Yep, I'm gonna bet $1.
Okay.
Donald Duck's Math Magic Land.
I did mention that briefly.
Oh, you
within the
sucker.
Disney. Yeah.
I'm gonna send you $1.
Only briefly, because yeah, you're just like, yeah, there's like this one cartoon
I remember that one.
Donald Duck drawing Fibonacci sequences.
He was like, give me something with a beat.
Yeah, that's right. He was with Pythagoras.
Yeah. That was cool. Yeah. Yeah.
I owe Brendon $1. I will send it tomorrow.
Check that. I'll send you a PayPal link. Yeah, another
There was
TV
Courage.
show. Courage
the Cowardly Dog.
Is that a show or what was that?
Yeah, it was a show. Came on Cartoon Network.
Oh, okay.
Anybody remember Courage?
No, I don't remember that. No. I was gonna say Adventure Time. Adventure Time is a great show that's got a lot of conscious themes within it. Like seriously, there are some parts within Adventure Time that are like straight up like metaphysical knowledge just being dropped, and straight up about like creating within the dream space, and straight up about our interconnectedness and how we exist beyond death and stuff like that, and like even like some very DMT aspects of it where it's like as above, so below, fractal infinities unfolding in on itself.
What do you think
Yeah.
about like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood with like Imagination Land? Didn't he have like the whole Imagination Land behind his like
That's
train
that's
track?
also
I imagine that would be something. Yeah. I'm
that's pretty
just-
far back there.
Yeah, I'm just reading in the comments here, and apologies for the comments, guys. I've not intentionally been ignoring them. But yeah, even a couple people, one person saying The Simpsons. The Simpsons does have conscious themes in it as well. Yeah, okay. Courage the
Yeah,
Cowardly
Lisa is a
Dog.
Buddhist.
Yeah, Lisa's. That's right. That's right. Yeah, you get a lot of like cool parts in that. Yeah, when she goes into like the sleep, like the sensory deprivation tank. I remember that. So other TV shows that I'm just trying to think of. So we mentioned Sense8 at one point. Again, Stranger
Aeon
Things.
Flux.
Aeon Flux. That's like some crazy trippy like animated movie from back in the day. Yeah, Stranger Things, if anybody hasn't seen that, like that's got a lot of like themes related to like multidimensional reality and like MK Ultra and stuff and psychic abilities, which again is just kind of helping point people towards the idea that like there may be, you know, stuff that they haven't looked into that may be a little bit more real, opposed to just being like a crazy aspect of a, you know, hard to believe science fiction show. Yeah, Simpsons had a lot of psychedelic trips in it too. Not having this is just that's a person's username. Yeah, because there's like the part when like Homer eats the chili pepper and like he's like trying to find his soulmate and stuff with the coyote. That was like super awesome. Find your soulmate, Homer. Yeah, and then oh, that's not a talking coyote. That's just a talking dog. Lucy, Exit the Matrix, and one of the users on our chat is talking about Lucy. We didn't really talk about that one too much.
Lucy
yeah,
was a good one.
Scarlett Johansson is another character.
Lucy's good.
Is another actor who shows up commonly within conscious shifting movies. So she's in Lucy. She's in the new Ghost in the Shell movie. She's in a movie called Under the Skin, which is like kind of about like her as an alien, which is like super trippy movie. And there's other movies that she's in as well.
There was another movie that was like I would like to be involved in that reality, but what was it called? Game. What was that called?
Hunger Games?
No. It was like Game Breaker. It was like a movie, like they're stuck in this world and they're learning to build it, but they keep trying to go into this place, and these doors like close on them. And once these doors, Maze Runner, I think.
Maze Runner?
Oh yeah, Maze Runner.
I really enjoyed that movie. Yeah, that was really cool. And again, kind of like,
and
I
that
thought
has a trilogy.
I thought it was sad when the, at
spoilers?
the end though. Yeah, no spoiler.
No spoilers. Yeah, yeah, like that kind of came out parallel to again like the Hunger Games and stuff like that as well.
And there's a trilogy along with Maze Runner and what's that trilogy where it's like there's only a certain group of class of society that they're trying to kill off.
Like not Hunger Games, but something else. I feel like there's
there's like class of society, and if you don't fit into the class of society,
Divergent and stuff like that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Which again, yeah. And so that's an interesting thing of like sort of another person who shows up within conscious themes is Shailene Woodley. And a lot of people are becoming more familiar with her because she's been really involved with the Standing Rock process, the protests there and stuff as a water protector. So again, like when I saw her in the Divergent movies back in the day, that was really interesting for me because like that movie is totally about like the dreamer awakening, and there's like parts in that movie where it's like literally in the dream space and it's like her becoming conscious and everything. And so like when I first like saw that movie, I was just like, whoa, like she, like not only is she in this movie, but she's in this movie for a reason, because like it's almost like you get into this bigger picture of like her soul's like contract to be like kind of like part of that story as like an echo for the future, which she was stepping herself into. So here she was in the movie as like this like revolutionary character leading the way and shifting consciousness, and then lo and behold, she literally is like echoing that through her involvement with the Standing Rock water protectors and stuff. But yeah, and like she's and she's like, because I remember when I first saw that movie and I started like looking into her and I found some stuff and it was like all about her just kind of like openly talking about her spirituality, and I was just like, whoa, like keep your eye on her, like she's gonna do something. And then she's totally been doing stuff. So it's cool to see like to take note of like some of like the younger characters, the younger actors showing up in movies these days, and like how they're kind of like sort of like foreshadowing their involvement in like future aspects of their own reality as well.
There's this one is kind of like pretty old, but there's the Grinch.
Yeah,
I
Jim
actually
Jim Carrey was in that too. That's another, because that was all about like moving into the heart.
It was a very heart-based movie.
Oh, it's all about compassion, man. Absolutely. I mean, that's just like, we look at Hinduism and Buddhism and compassion and the heart chakra. That Grinch is like a perfect example.
Big mirror. Yeah. And so anything Dr. Seuss, like any of the Dr. Seuss movies, right? Like again, so here it was, we're talking about people creating movies and TV shows, but again, like think about like what Dr. Seuss was doing through inspiring people through books, and through, it's really just about stories. We're just focusing on movies here, but it's really just the power of stories and just like what they can do in so many ways. Yeah. I'm just the
I think we
Pixar.
can honestly say that Seuss wrote allegories.
He did. He totally did. Yeah. And any of the
Lady in the Water.
Pixar movies, M. Night Shyamalan, you get into Signs and stuff like that. Yeah. That's definitely. I'm just kind of looking at like the Pixar movies. You got like A Bug's Life, which again was kind of like like rising up, and similar with like Ants, which was like not Pixar but kind of came out at the same time.
Ant Z,
Inside Out, which was like a very interesting representation of kind of like just like how like we're sort of how the mind works and everything. Toy Story 3, Toy Stories in general, a very heart-opening movie.
Yeah.
The Good Dinosaur, again, very heart-opening movie. Up, super like inspirational movie.
Frozen, let it go. Let it go.
And see, I haven't seen. No, Frozen isn't Pixar. It's
Can't
Disney
hold
animation.
me back anymore.
Let it go.
But Bug's Life had like a really interesting little part where it's like,
there's that whole speech or whatever.
Yeah,
where it's just like like trying to take away the power
goes
of
our way of life.
And like rising up.
Frozen is all about being in the now.
Is
Which,
it?
by the way, I just want to mention.
I'll have to go back and watch
when I do say things like ancient wisdom and all of these things, I'm not trying to take away from our awakening in the moment, right? Of the now. That is divinely profound. But I just try to point to the fact that we're not the first one. And there's other people that have given us maps to help guide that process. And so it's true that I think everybody really truly has to write their own map. But to think that you're going to write a map without looking at all the other hundreds of thousands of maps that have been written before you would be ridiculous. If you go to any map maker and you say, here, I want you to make a map of the world, he's going to go, okay, has anyone done it before? And you say, yeah. He goes, well, I don't want to look at any of them. Like on some level, you might argue, okay, that might be a good idea. But on another level, you would argue like, of course, he's going to take those things into account. So if you want to be like sort of a light worker now, okay, great. But don't forget the Egyptians and the mystery schools and the ancient wisdom, right? But still, it is in the now. It's true. It's a living wisdom. So I don't mean to separate that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's another movie. I'm not sure. There was interesting stuff in this movie. I just really liked it. Small Soldiers.
Oh, the like yeah, the toy soldiers sort of thing. Yeah, yeah, that was a cool movie.
Yeah, those are
um,
those.
yeah, again, like sometimes those movies, it's just about like coming together as a team kind of thing.
Hmm.
I mean,
But you know, it was like the soldiers against the. I mean, those
yeah,
other. I
the
mean, the
soldiers, yeah, the
archer guy
soldiers were
looked
like the
like a
bad
chief.
guys. Yeah, and like the misfits were like kind of like like they had to come together kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
yeah, and
soldiers
then they wanted
weren't
to
the
get to that
superheroes.
place, Gorgon or wherever.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
They're trying to get back to like their realm and stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
Go back and watch that movie too. That's a really cool movie. That movie is like so well done too because it's like live action mixed with like the CG and stuff. When you go back and look at it now, I'm pretty sure it still stands. Um, yeah, I was gonna say a couple more movies and stuff. Yeah, I have to go back and like watch Frozen. I think just for kicks because now that I've watched Moana, but definitely go see Moana. KJ, go see Moana. You'll love it. But yeah, like within Frozen, I know they specifically say like stuff about fractals in that movie because I know the songs from that movie, but I don't know like the movie itself. But I know there's one part and there's like something something fractals everywhere, da da da, and it's just like, hey, they talked about fractals in a Disney movie. That's kind of cool and kind of like show the sacred geometry when she's like building the castle and stuff out of her snow powers. But anyways, just like little things, but again, like I was just thinking of like Lion King again, Rafiki, and like what he was teaching us,
Oh
and again,
yeah,
that archetype. But just moving along because we're gonna get close to wrapping this up here. We're just kind of like checking off a list of anything that we haven't really mentioned
yeah.
thus
The
far.
Lion King was,
Um,
yeah.
yeah, Lion King's got some stuff in it. Like Rafiki again, it's just like, it's just like, it's in the past and he like hits him on the head, and then that whole scene of like him like talking to like the father in the sky, Mufasa in the sky, is just like remember who you are kind of thing. And it's just like remember your
Yeah,
responsibilities,
yeah.
your duty. And again, like that's interesting where we get like the whole like lion guardian archetype as being like our teacher and stuff within like Aslan and Mufasa as well. Just a couple other movies I was going to mention. Final Fantasy Spirits Within is one if people haven't seen that. It's an old one. It's an animated movie, but it's really cool and it's like literally talking about like the spirit of Gaia and some like very cool elements of like extraterrestrial life and everything. Another movie that really inspired me growing up was the movie Hackers. 1995, starring Angelina Jolie, and like that movie, some people would say like, oh, it was just kind of like not like super conscious and stuff, but again, it was just kind of about like, like using intelligence and creativity to like stand up in the face of like those who are trying to like oppress others and stuff like that, or trying to like take advantage or corrupt the system and stuff. So again, like hacking the matrix and like that, a lot of my life was like seriously directly inspired by that movie, like going around and like rollerblading and skateboarding and listening to like psytrance and techno and stuff and hacking society and social alchemy and doing free hugs and everything. A lot. And I was just going to say, it's kind of interesting because I was talking about this before and earlier in the broadcast, we've kind of like, I'm glad we're almost done. But it was an interesting like experience in this broadcast when we had like that troll come in and he like kicked people from the broadcast. KJ, you weren't here for that, where we had like another troll come in and he just like literally kicked people in a way that we couldn't.
Hilarious.
But what is interesting is that afterwards, and I didn't tie the two together until earlier, and then I'm just reiterating now. But again, I was talking about how within the Matrix, I got that whole idea of like the energy of Agent Smith kind of coming through within different versions of things that we see within culture, within people, within other people's like ideologies and stuff. So it was kind of interesting that here we are doing our thing, and then like that troll comes along. That troll was like almost like an Agent Smith type energy that kind of like came into our hangout and like started booting people. And then we could have quit. I could have like walked away. I could have been like, oh, screw this or whatever, right? But I was just like, okay.
So did you just started
Mr.
it
Culliton.
back, right?
Sorry, what's that?
You just started it back, right? I mean,
No. Like he couldn't kick me because I'm the host.
right.
He can kick everyone else. So like he like literally when he kicked everyone, like they can't rejoin because it says that they got like booted. So like some people literally had to make a new Gmail account just so that they could rejoin. So there was a brief period where it was just like it was kind of like, what the hell is going on? But again, even within that, it was just kind of acknowledging him as kind of like this Agent Smith type
The
energy.
agent. Hey, okay.
And
Listen,
us to continue to pursue
the agent,
persevere.
it cracks me up, but he'll get his karma when it's due. But I have one to add to our list, man. Actually, this is somebody that I know very little about, and somebody turned me on to them a few years ago, but I don't think of them often. It was when I was in South America. His name is Alejandro Jodorowsky, and he made The Holy
Oh,
Mountain in
yeah.
1973.
Jarovsky's Dune and stuff like that. Have you?
Yeah,
I
right.
know what you're
He
talking
did the
about.
Dune
Holy
thing.
Mountain. Yeah.
Yeah, the Holy
Go on.
Mountain. Dude, so that is just chock full of esoteric symbology, right?
Hmm.
I just wanted maybe you guys mentioned it earlier. I just wanted to add that to the list.
Yeah, we didn't talk about Holy Mountain within this too much, but I did just briefly mention when I was talking about Dune and Tchaikovsky or Chervorsky. I'm probably not pronouncing it right, but yeah, like he there's a great documentary called like Tchaikovsky's Dune, and it's about his version of telling the story of Dune that never got made, but there's like all the storyboards and stuff in it. And within the documentary, it's really interesting because it kind of like shows like what happened and it shows the story. And he is basically talking about like how he wanted to make a movie that would be like a psychedelic experience. So like here he was growing up through like the 70s and stuff and like LSD and everything and psychedelics, and his intention was to like make a movie that would kind of like bring people through that. So again, it's really powerful when you think about movies visually and just like through the narrative of how they can take people into like a simulated psychedelic experience. Which is just again like kind of like foreshadowing. I feel like that's like Terrence McKenna kind of quotes this where he's just like, in the future our computers will be much more like drugs and our drugs will be much more like computers. So it's almost as if you'll ingest like a pill, but it'll be like a movie. It will be like you'll like ingest like an experience, like a dream kind of thing. Just kind of getting into into some like other realms and stuff like that. So yeah, it's really interesting. Anyways, guys, it's 2:22 a.m. right now, so I think as good a point as any, we'll be able to wrap this broadcast up in the next minute. Let me just double check.
There
So
was
go
ahead.
Michael, go ahead. Go ahead. What were you
Well, I
saying?
was just gonna say, okay, they made so many, but the Pokemon movies,
Of course.
I definitely like the first one was definitely a life changing. I mean, what they showed in the first one, of course, it's the team working together, stuff like that. But I mean, it's the true Pokemon versus the clones, and they have this really like, I guess you could say, pulling at the heartstrings moment where the clones are fighting the real Pokemon, and it's like they kind of realize like, they're so much alike. Like, why are they fighting each other? And after they've been whacking each other in the face and vine whipping, and scratching each other and electrocuting each other, they realize like, they don't really want to do this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really that was one of the things, even the original versus the clone, but yet kind of showing the similarities between the two. There's a really good quote that I like in it. Because Mewtwo was, of course, all about power, and that was this thing. He felt he was the world's most powerful Pokemon, and maybe he was, but he was like, after Ash, gets like turned to stone and stuff. It's really weird how it happens. The cries of the people revive him back. I mean, I know it's not funny, but it's like, I don't know how that happened, but anyways, the cries of the people revive him back to life or from
Yeah,
stone.
it was the tears and stuff like that. So
And then but there's one other thing. He's like, this human has shown me what the power of love is about. But there's this really cool part where he's like, it is not the circumstances of one's birth is irrelevant. It is what you do with the gifts of life that determines who you are. And people are like, who said that? Was that like Buddha or Lao Tzu or something?
Sounds like Gandalf. Well, he's just like, he says that. Gandalf says that, it's just like, it's like, it's what we do with the time that we are given kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that was really, and even the second one, I remember because there was just this big emphasis. And, there was even a song with it called the Power of One. And that was actually the name of the movie, Pokemon 2000. That was the whole thing. I mean, it's like, yeah, Ash was the chosen one, but it was about the power of one. And I was like, so it had a really a lot of, I look back to those, when I was like looking at decoding, because I was like, I went through kind of this period where it's like, okay, I saw all these movies, but now I feel like, oh, I got to decode all these ones that I saw when I was younger. And I found a lot in those movies that I just didn't realize, the first time I saw them. So it was like, add all the Pokemon movies to
all the Pokemon movies. Add them to the list. Go watch some Pokemon.
At least the first two. Least the first two.
There's themes in there. So, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I feel like there was like a bunch of other stuff I was going to like mention in terms of like.
Did you cover Harry Potter?
We didn't really talk too much about Harry Potter, but obviously that's got some, pretty interesting themes in it. Yeah. Let me just double check.
Lord of the Rings, cover that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to talk about Lord of the Rings for a bit, but we didn't really talk too much about that. But yeah, again, like I think even just like opening up into like the realms of like the elves and stuff is a very, very, very interesting idea, because it gets into this whole concept that maybe the elves aren't just something that exists within like folklore and fairy tales and stuff, but maybe they're more of like this like multi-dimensional society culture that actually lives like parallel to humans, or at least within the past, parallel to that timeline, yet still parallel from another dimension with this timeline. But yeah, I think like the elves, like the higher self, the higher elf, the elf within us. Should I show off my elf here? You guys see my elf here? I feel like that barely comes up in broadcast. It's only like in rare occasions that I show it. But yeah, like the elf theme, I think, is like a very potent theme. Any movie with like Santa Claus, I feel, probably has like some interesting stuff in there. But anyways, guys, I think we're about ready to wrap up this broadcast, because we really could keep talking about, like movies. That's the beauty of it, is that there's so many movies just to be able to talk about.
We touch on a little bit upon Harry Potter.
Did you want to touch upon Harry Potter at all, Mike? Or?
I mean, did anybody?
Very briefly. Like I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan, but I mean, yeah, like you get into the idea of like magic and and there's alchemy and stuff in there.
Yeah. It was really interesting that, I mean, even as when I was young, now I didn't like get it. I was like, wow, that's the answer to life right there, first Harry Potter movie. But like, it was really interesting, because of course, he had the scar from the Voldemort, which killed his parents, but he was protected somehow, and he had that scar of this lightning bolt on his forehead, and that was pretty interesting. But the thing about it was that even after his battle with Voldemort and stuff, and like he's got the Sorcerer's Stone, which is interesting because like J.K. Rowling said at first it was supposed to be called the Philosopher's Stone, but they just changed it. They had to change it, I guess, to
I remember that.
The Sorcerer's Stone.
Mm-hmm.
And there was actually a book called like, when it was first made, it was the Philosopher's Stone. It looks really funny, and but basically the interesting thing was, after that whole battle. And it's really interesting, you can see like Voldemort's face, and like when he touches him, like Voldemort's like like crumples, and screams, and but one of the things is even after the battle of Voldemort, even when he had the Philosopher's Stone, yes, Albus Dumbledore says like, is like there's this power that you have that not even like a very powerful wizard or warlock like Voldemort do, and it's like, what that power is, and it's like, no, and he said it's love. And it was, I thought that was one of the things, because even people that look into magic are always like, what powers can I gain to like make myself like super powerful. And it was just really interesting that is like he's one of the highest wizards, and that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily about it, or he said it is a lot more to magic than just about like spells and waving wands and stuff. And so he said that power was love, and I was like, wow. I was like, that's high wizardry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a powerful
So,
thing.
yeah.
Like moving love with like your thought process, and love kind of being like a carrier wave for intentions and stuff. I mean, yeah, there's like a whole nother conscious like conversation there just about like how we can sort of reinterpret what we think of love as being, where it's not just like this, like, it's not just a feeling, like it's actually sort of like a conduit for how things move through the universe. And when you like when you wrap something in love, when you like put an intention, there's one way, it's one thing to just like put forth an intention, but to put forth an intention and to like weave love through it seems to like change how it interacts with the reality. And I think this is like something that like the wizards kind of knew as well. So yeah, it's kind of interesting that you get a lot of like these like wizards again, like Gandalf and Dumbledore, and they're there and they're teaching us and stuff like that. So it's very rare that you see like a movie with like wizards and Merlins and stuff where you don't get
I'm
like,
just gonna bring
some sort of something coming up, right?
Did anybody mention The Sword and the Stone?
No, we did
my
not.
favorite.
No. I'll have to go back and watch that one too. Yeah. I feel like there's again like other themes in there. A lot of stepping into duty and stuff like that. Yeah, anything with Merlin and Arthur and round tables, I'm really interested in. Those archetypes still echo quite strong today. So yeah, with that said though, guys, I think we're about ready to wrap it up. KJ, was there anything else you wanted to say before we conclude this broadcast? If you're feeling it.
I'll just say this. I think the highest question that I'm dealing with right now is, what is watching?
I dig it. And then, I mean, yeah, that brings, I was going to say like, oh, we didn't talk about The Watchmen and stuff like that, which is another interesting movie. Yeah. There's so much, but yeah, I like that. What are you watching and what is watching and stuff? So realms within realms, it is our privilege as humans to be able to like create realities within realities within realities, and movies are like another way to be able to do that, to be able to like create a reality that can be shared by thousands and millions of people all at once. So what happens like when movies like Star Wars start coming out and people start like becoming a part of that like mega ritual of bringing courage into themselves to be a part of the love that will help transform this world. It's going back to that simple idea of choice between love and fear, and as Dumbledore would tell us, like using love as like part of our abilities to change the world. So that's like so much of these movies are like giving us our tools and our resources, and they're showing us like what's already inside of us, and through that is all we need. Love is enough. So movies are reminding us that. And they're reminding us that not all aliens are evil too. So that's important. So with that said, guys, we're going to wrap up this broadcast. Just to cover some basics, I will say thank you very much to everyone tuned into this. Bonus points to those of you who literally made it to the end of this broadcast. I mean, I know some, a bunch of people do. A bunch of people like literally, download these and listen to them afterwards. And so just a huge thank you to you guys for being a part of this and to continue to, be there to help engage with people using movies as a jump point for conversation. Be like, hey, have you seen this movie? Oh yeah, what'd you think about this? Have you seen this movie? What'd you think about this? They're there as tools and resources to really help us like have more to talk about, to have more common ground to share when it comes to a lot of these consciousness shifting themes that are becoming more and more a part of this reality. So with that said, guys, just encouraging you to keep going out there, to keep changing the world, keep shifting the paradigms. In terms of some basic community stuff, we got some more broadcasts coming up. The next broadcast that we have coming up is going to be the Paradigm Shift Dream class, which is going to be on Tuesday, December 9 p.m. EST. And then after that is going to be a Paradigm Shift admin meeting on December 8th at 9 p.m. EST. And the links for those will be up on the main website. Through there, we're just encouraging people to connect, to be involved in the discussions, and relative to the admin meetings, encouraging you guys to go out there and to help create physical paradigm shift communities where you are. And of course, encouraging guys to create your own media, to create your own stories. You can do that through the main website. You can share those on the Quest journals. Stay tuned, because over the next coming weeks and months, you're going to see a lot evolving through the main website. More Quest journals, more conscious articles coming online there, and more features within the website that you'll hear about within the admin meetings coming up as well. And so, of course, a huge thank you to everyone for tuning into this, and a special huge thank you to those of you who are signed up for the Team Patreon, who help make these broadcasts possible. The Team Patreon, you can check out at patreon.com/Brendon Culliton, and through there you can add the micro contributions each month of the asking price of just $3 to $5, and in doing so it continues to help with the evolution of this project, and also gets you your shifter booster kits, which come with shift buttons, part of the real world game, the real world quest items that you can use to share with friends to be able to help connect them to this project, plant conscious seeds, and build conscious community where you are. So I'm wearing the Eye of Ra there, and I got some behind me, Triforces, free hugs. And again, guys, I'll just show this on here. The new purple LEDs came in for the Light Guardian pendants, and if anybody wants to order these, you can just send me a message. Those of you who are watching, those of you who are hearing, you guys probably already know what they are, but if you don't, they're cool like light up quartz pendants, and those are available as a pay what you wish between 30 and 60, and just message me on Facebook, and those help pay for the shipping costs for the team booster kits at the moment, and just support the process of the project in general. So thank you guys so much. Check out more on my YouTube channel. You can check out my conscious movie reviews. You can check out the full-length Journey to Lucidity movies, all at youtube.com/Skull Babylon. And also subscribe to Paradigm Shift Radio on iTunes for automatic updates. You can leave a review there, and find me on Facebook at facebook.com/Skull Babylon as well, and like Paradigm Shift Central on Facebook as well. And again, check out more at paradigmshiftcentral.com, and you can always join the live chat and be involved. So yeah, a huge shout out to you guys. Much love to all you guys in the live chat. Thank you so much for being here, for sticking through. We did it. We achieved another mission here, mission accomplished. This is a good conversation here in the class. And yeah, continue to go out there, continue to watch movies, like watch them as inspiration for your spirit. Let them inspire you to continue on your own journeys, your own adventures. So nasa te ipsum. So very cool, guys. Yeah, and I'm just double checking, make sure things are all good. Cool. If you're watching this in the future, you can always download this as an MP3 as well, if you want that option, plus any other broadcasts. So yeah, stay tuned, guys, for more. I'll announce the next topic for Destiny class next month. I do have some ideas in mind, but stay tuned, and we'll announce those. And yeah, in the meantime, we got more broadcasts coming up, and lots more happening through the Paradigm Shift Central project. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for your support, co-creating this awesome adventure together. So much love, much love, much love. Go out there, do some hugs, change the world, create. You are the dream awakening to itself. So, guys, we will wrap this up. And for those of you in the chat, please feel free to unmute your microphones, and we will all say goodbye to the people of the internet. And until next time. So, KJ, Michael, anybody else, feel free to unmute yourself. And we will say goodnight. Yoda's there too. So, and say goodnight, guys. Go, goodnight, guys. We love you.
Namaste.
Good night, that is good.
Love you.
I wish you have.
Yoda. Awesome, guys. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining in. Much love. Share this episode with your friends. Go continue the conscious conversations. And as always, keep it shifty. Until next time, guys, we will see you in the future. Peace. One love.
May the shift be with you.
You got it.